had to figure out the website. I mean, it was all, there was so much, and now looking back, I'm a little bit amazed that I managed to do it, but I just broke everything down into really small pieces. So I said, okay, if I know I need to make a bra, I need to find a manufacturer, I need to figure out the colors, I need to find a website developer, all those little things. I broke everything down into the tiniest steps possible, and every day I would just do one step after the other until a year and a half later we were launching.
And that's amazing, and I love the fact that you were able to break it down for us, because I think a lot of times we hear of this, you know, these amazing success stories such as your own, and we hear about the beginning and then where you are now. We don't really get to hear about the process. So thank you for breaking that down. And also, you know, looking at your career now, like award-winning, you know, you've been awarded an MBE by the late Queen of England. Your products are in like the largest department stores around the world. Like, you are a big deal, you know? But looking back at it, was there ever a time where you were unsure about whether Nubian skin would sell on? Would people, yeah, you know it's needed, but would people actually buy it? Would it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, yes. And even to today, I still have those moments of like, is this gonna continue? You know, like, is this working? Is this like where I want it to be? How am I gonna get it to where I want to be? So I think one of the things that maybe isn't talked about enough when it comes to entrepreneurship is you can have a lot of faith, you can have a lot of drive, you can have a lot of passion, but you will always have the flip side of that, where it's self-doubt or worry or stress, and that's constant. That's constant, constant, constant. So a lot of times when things were happening, I couldn't believe, you know, like when our first campaign went viral, I was like, how do, like, 100, I remember when we hit 100 followers on Instagram, which I'm sure all of you know is not that much. I was like, 100 people care about what I'm gonna do, and I thought that was amazing, you know, and then the numbers just kept going up and up and up, and so always doubt, even today, but you just kind of have to figure out how to surpass that and figure out where to go next.
Yeah, and I guess in relation to the exact theme of this masterclass, in terms of carving out space in a established industry, because of course lingerie and hosiery is what it is, right? It's been around for years and years and years. So how did you, of course you had a unique product, but how did you carve out that space for yourself at the same time?
So for me, it was, as a woman, excuse me, as a woman, as a black woman, clearly a gap. So I needed this, and I think every woman in this, I mean, I'd say like 99% of the women in this room are probably wearing bras, right? And within that industry, I looked at it and I said, okay, I need a nude bra or nude undergarments. Whether you're wearing a white shirt or you're wearing something like this that's, you know, mesh, you want to have something that's not necessarily you're gonna see through. And so I was looking at the industry and going, this is actually something that I need, and absolutely nobody is doing it. And I think sometimes that's the first place to start, is when you have an industry that is so, it's so crowded, like fashion is crowded. You can find somebody doing just about everything, but then you go, okay, what do I actually need? And then that's the beginning, I think, of finding out, okay, where within this industry can I be additive? Can I actually do something that people need or want that isn't already there?
And with the creative side, which you said that is what you enjoy the most, how hands-on are you with the designs, with the actual manufacturing of your products as well?
So it's we're a really small team, and so when it comes to, I mean, just about any product that we create, it's something that I say, okay, I want. So we started off, we had bras, we had pants, we had tights, and then I started thinking, okay, you know what? Sorry. I need, like, there's certain things, like I want a slip dress, I want a camisole, I want a bodysuit. And so then it was me literally working directly with the manufacturer to create that. Now I've got an amazing product developer, and I go, okay, We want to create, so one of our latest collections is called the Jaye collection. And we did a custom embroidery. And so then it was looking at all the different embroideries that were available and then me picking the colors that I wanted from that embroidery. So yeah, still very, very, very much hands-on.
That's really awesome. Just to let you guys know, we will throw it out to you guys to ask some questions towards the end. So get ready thinking of your questions. And so you touched on your mum again towards the beginning about how much of an inspiration and an influence she has been to you. Would you say that your African and Nigerian heritage specifically has had an impact in the type of businesswoman you are and in your products as well, and in your brand? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having grown up partially in Nigeria, one of the most amazing things, and I think we take it for granted, if you're raised here, you take for granted the fact that race is not an issue, in the sense that when you're abroad, like let's say you're in America or you're in the US or you're in the UK, here everybody looks like you, right? So, you know, in America when Obama became president, everybody was like, oh my goodness, my president's black. I was like, in Nigeria, the president's been black since we've had a president, you know? So like, there's certain things which you just take for granted. And so when it came to the lingerie industry and saying, okay, they're not catering to people that look like me, I think it's that like Nigerianness in me, which is like, you know, I'm not gonna just manage. Why shouldn't I have what white women have? I shouldn't have to manage. I should be able to have exactly what they have. And so I think that my heritage and being unapologetic about my heritage definitely has helped.
Or have you experienced any kind of backlash in terms of representation, in terms of wanting to have a brand that is diverse and caters towards a diverse audience, or has it been quite welcoming for you?
So I think the amazing thing is, because I was a black woman making things for black people, you know, another woman of color, people of color, there was that immediate support from my market, because they were like, you look like me, you're catering to me, this is amazing. In the broader industry, there was a lot more, I'd say, maybe a bit of resistance, where people went, oh, you know, that seems a bit niche. And I'm like, it's not niche. I mean, like, the population in the world, so it's not that niche. But there was definitely that sort of like, people didn't necessarily want to admit that the industry needed to move forward, because it's work, right? And so I think there was definitely a like, oh, this is a great idea, but people didn't want to embrace it immediately, which obviously over the past 8 years, that's changed a lot, but at the beginning, there was a lot more resistance.
And I was going to ask you, in terms of the core brand values for Nubian Skin, how have you ensured that you've stayed true to those? So, for example, you just spoke about the resistance that you got earlier on. It could have been quite easy for you to kind of go down a different path, I guess, or choose a different route because of that, but you've stayed really true to what your initial, you know, vision was.
Yeah.
So how have you managed that?
I think for me, everything that we've done has been, so our motto is empowering women, embracing our color. And I think for me, it was really about, okay, how do we embrace and celebrate our color? Because for me, black is just so beautiful. The diverse arrays from, you know, you have black people who are super, super, super fair, almost, you know, like white. And then you've got the darkest ebony. And for me, that is beautiful. All of it is beautiful. And so the whole ethos behind the brand is embracing that and celebrating that. And that's been in everything we do. So everything we do is in our 4 colors. I would love to add more colors one day. But it will always be about celebrating that, celebrating the diversity in that, and celebrating just being proud of what that represents. You know, it's even in the name, Nubians. Yeah, the core values have never changed, and they will never change.
And I think, like you just touched on the fact that your market, the community embraced you because they saw the authenticity in what you were doing. So I think also as an entrepreneur and a business owner, it's always important to come from an authentic place, because I feel like your consumers can see whether you're actually, being for real or not. And I mention that because I feel like in more recent years, the whole kind of diversity thing has kind of been like a buzzword, like, oh yeah, representation matters, but does it really? And so to find a brand doing it is amazing. So kudos to you.
Thank you.
On that. I'm going to stop briefly and ask if anybody has any questions in the audience. Aha, we have questions. Okay. Somebody have a microphone to pass around? Okay, thank you. Do you want to stand up?
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Hassan. Thank you so much for some of the things you've highlighted so far. So my question is this. For you, you started in an industry that was not really out there, and then you've been able to scale it up to a global level that it is now. Now, for already established industries, you find out that collaboration and partnership goes a long way. But for you being a pioneer in your own industry, at what point did you begin to collaborate with other brands? And at what point did you begin to partner with others in scaling your business? And what influence did partnership and collaboration have in how far you've come?
Okay, thank you. So I suppose there's lots of different ways of looking at collaboration and partnership. When it comes to brands, so let's say maybe another fashion brand, we haven't necessarily collaborated in that sense, but when it comes to retailers, we have. And so I would say even before we launched, there were a few retailers who saw what we were doing and they were like, wow, this is interesting. We definitely want to, we'd love to stock you. And at that time, I was just planning on doing direct to consumer. And I remember the first place that contacted us was ASOS. And they were like, yes, we want this product. And that was really, really, for me, that was important as far as establishing the brand as a real brand, because ASOS was big. They're a huge retailer. And then we were approached a few months later by Nordstrom in the US. And again, they wanted to stock the brand. And so that then takes you from a level of just being like a very small independent brand that maybe is or isn't a real business, to when you start working with places like that, people go, oh, okay, that's really interesting. It also means that your name is known by a lot more people because they just have a much larger distribution. And so it can be very, very important. Obviously, everything is a double-edged sword. So when you're selling direct to consumer, you maintain a lot more of your profits. And also you have complete control over how your brand is viewed. Once you start working with larger retailers, your profit margin shrinks significantly. And so there's amazing things about it, but you also have to wise up as a business person as to how to make that profitable. But it can be transformational for the business, and it was for us. And now we work with some other retailers like Net-a-Porter and Browns. And in Nigeria, we work with an amazing lingerie retailer called Lulu Lingerie. And again, that just helps us reach more of our audience. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? Okay. Oh, okay.
Hi, Ade. How are you? Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. Very, very inspirational.
Thank you.
So what I wanted to ask is, in recent years, there's been more lingerie brands who are embracing, darker skinned tones. So, and especially celebrity brands. I don't want to mention any of them, but I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. So have you been able to deal with that competition and sort of, keep promoting your brand and keep your brand at the forefront of your target consumers' minds? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a brilliant question. And yes, absolutely. That is incredibly challenging. Like, I can't sugarcoat that. When you're an independent brand and you're independently financed, and then a really big company with like an unlimited marketing budget comes through, that's challenging. And we noticed with some of our like the influencers that used to work with us for free, like they would just loved our brand. We then noticed it was like literally you could just like tick it off. They were being picked up by these brands. And that is an incredibly scary position to be in, especially when you just don't have the same fighting power. And that's when things like authenticity and then really just trying to figure out, you have to problem solve. You have to go, okay, what can we offer that they're not offering? What is it about, you know, what we've brought to the table that we can amplify or that we can really show our customer this is how we add value. And that's something that, you know, we are constantly working on. But that's the nature of doing business. When you open a door, everybody else is going to try and rush through. And so you really have to dig deep, suffer the knockbacks that you'll have, and then start going, okay, how can I differentiate myself?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take another audience question. Seems like we have quite a few, actually. So.
All right, yeah. Okay. Your story is quite insightful and profound. My name is Too White. I'm a poet and a photographer. What were your challenges creating something new? What were your pitfalls and how were you able to scale through?
Yeah, so I would say one of the biggest challenges is when you're starting something new, it's expensive and it's hard. And you have to educate people as to why it's necessary, right? So for white women, they were buying nudes like for all their lives. They had no problem. And so when you then present something new, you then have to educate your audience that, okay, this now exists and you can have it as well. It's expensive because usually if you're going to make a garment, you go to a fabric supplier and you say, okay, I'll have 50 meters of black, I'll take 100 meters of, blue or whatever. For me, I had created those colors, so they were bespoke. So when I went to fabric suppliers, there were no fabric suppliers that actually had those colors. So you go to one, and whereas a normal brand could say, okay, I just want, 100 meters, I would go there and they'd say, oh yeah, we can get you that color, but you need to order 1,000 meters minimum for every single color that you want to make. So all of a sudden, instead of just having to pay the cost of a few hundred meters, I'm looking at least 4,000 meters upfront capital. And that's very, very expensive. And so that's really challenging. And then also with a product like lingerie, you have so many different SKUs or stock keeping units, different sizes, different colors. And that's a challenging thing to manage. And so it's a complete... Sometimes you want to go crazy and go, I want to do 100 designs, I want to do this, but you actually then have to look at the numbers and go, okay, if I need to spend this much on fabric and I have these many sizes and 4 colors, I actually need to really edit what I'm going to be offering my customers. So it just takes a lot of discipline. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Okay, we can take another question.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned about how you attracted brands or specific stockists like ASOS. Could you explain if there was a particular way you positioned your brand or you positioned yourself to attract those sort of brands to stock your products? Was there a way you positioned yourself, or was it the uniqueness of your brand that attracted them?
So with ASOS in particular, it was the uniqueness of the brand. I think the buyer for women's wear at the time was just quite open and forward thinking, and she said, I know my customer needs this. For most of the other retailers, we started going to trade shows. So there was a big trade show in Paris, which is that's the biggest one for lingerie. We'd pack all our products and set up, and we would have our booth there and be, basically passing our information and showing all of our collection. And we did that for years, and people would stop by and they wouldn't order, and people would stop by and they wouldn't order. And then maybe 6 years later, you would then get a phone call or you'd get an email from an account that had stopped by years before. And they'd finally said, okay, this brand has been around for 6-7 years now. They're clearly here to stay. and then they place an order. So sometimes it's just about showing up, and staying in business long enough for when you actually, one of the buyers goes, actually, I think we need this. They're like, okay, I remember there's this one brand that's doing it. So it's a mix of good luck, showing up, and then persistence.
Okay, let's take one more audience question before we go back to normal questions. Can we seat somebody at the front? We've done a lot of people at the back. Can we? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Adi, for coming on board. I want to talk about environment now. The environment you grew up from is not like Nigeria. So you talked about stress, anxiety, and some other factors that can affect you. So I want to ask, how did government policy help you where you're coming from, and compared to Nigeria, how can you advise those that are willing to come on board, to come to the limelight like you? What can we do? Bearing in mind we have different policy, our fashion industry is not being regulated. How can we, come out of this issue and start coming up like you? Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a really interesting question. In the UK, because that's where I founded the company, it is quite easy to start a company, but that's, I guess, the base, starting a company. But actually, when it comes to the recognition, everything, my entire brand at the beginning was built on social media. So it actually had very little to do with any sort of government policy. We put an image out on Instagram. I had 50 followers on Instagram. Because the image resonated so much with people, it went viral. And so within 4 weeks, we'd gone from 50 followers on Instagram to 20,000 on Instagram. That's just because people saw the image and were reposting and retweeting. And so now Instagram is a very different animal. It's not organic the way it was in 2014, but there are social media platforms like TikTok that are. And so it's really about finding, when you don't have connections and when you don't have a huge marketing budget, you have to think of what is the cheapest, most effective way that I can reach my audience. For us, that was social media. Instagram, I don't think, is that place anymore, but TikTok is. And so sometimes it's really about using what you have at your disposal to get your name out there.
Thank you. Great answer. Can we just get a question from the lady at the front? She's been waiting for a while.
It's up to you.
Thank you, Adi Hassan, for everything you said. Quite educative. But I have a key interest in manufacturing because I'm into bulk production. So in Nigeria here, there's a lot of buyers when it comes to producing your products outside of your space. So how easy was it for you to find manufacturers you could work with and was confident enough to give them and trust them to produce well and to be able to meet up to your level of specification and quantity as well? Because most of the time, the challenge we have here is getting enough of that, will I say, equipment and space for us to produce that quantity. And do you have any plans in the future to produce locally? Because Nigerian industry, fashion industry is growing, and a lot of us are opening up and beginning to learn more about production. So I'm really interested a lot in manufacturing and how it works abroad, because we are trying to develop ourselves here.
Oh, I love that, and I love your look, by the way, all of it. So when my very, very, very first lingerie production run, I did in China, and I went and I visited the factory. And, it was good, but I didn't have control over the entire process. And so then I started producing in Europe. And so I went and I contacted the Chamber of Commerce, as you can usually find them, just go to their websites. And I said, I'm looking for somebody that manufactures this type of product. Can you put me in touch with different people in your country? And then I went and I visited the different manufacturers, found one that I really liked, and I felt like we had a good rapport and started working with them. You can do things remotely, but there is nothing better than meeting who you're going to be working with, if they're going to be manufacturing for you. And then you need to have a contract in place, because you can trust somebody, but you need to have a contract in place always. When it comes to Nigeria, I would love to produce in Nigeria. I really would. Lingerie specifically, bra making, is a very, very technical skill which uses very specific machines, and we don't currently have that industry really in Nigeria at the moment, not on a large scale, and it's actually fairly hard to find it in a lot of countries. So there's specific countries in Europe and Latin America and Asia that do it well. But I would love to be able to do it here, and I hope one day that it exists here. But yeah, it's, I think a lot of it is, if you're going to do it abroad, you need to go and you need to visit and see what you're working with. And then when it comes to bringing in skills here, again, I think that would be something of, probably if it's a specific skill like lingerie making, then it would have to be somebody coming in to set up something to train people here to do that specifically, and having the machines brought in as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay, so I've just been told that we don't have much time left, so we need to wrap up. So I'm going to ask you, the last question will be 2 questions in one. Okay. First of all, obviously you've had a remarkable career, remarkable brand, but looking back, what are you most proud of that you have achieved so far? And also, what is next for Ade Hassan and Nubian Skin?
So I'd say there's 2 things that I'm really, really proud of. One happened this year, just last month. We worked with the Royal Marsden Cancer Charity, and so when some women have breast cancer, they have to have a breast removed. One of the temporary prostheses that they give to women so that they have symmetry across their chest is called a softie. And in England, and actually in most of the world, the softies are in a color that matches white skin. So you can imagine you've lost a breast and somebody gives you something to put in your bra and it's not even your color. And so I was approached by a doctor who said, I can't find anybody that will make these in colors that suit black skin. Would you be able to help? And we were able to do that, and it has been seeing the reactions of patients that now actually have something that match their skin has been...
It's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. That's something that I'm so proud of. And then I'd say the second thing is 5 years ago, almost to the day, 5 years ago, I took my parents, and my dad was in his Agbada, my mom was in her Aro and Puba and her Gele, and I took them to Buckingham Palace because I was receiving an MBE, which is an honor from the Queen. And I just love that. There's a picture of my parents. I'm sure if you go on my Instagram, you'll see it. But it's like my mom and my dad outside Buckingham Palace, and I'm sitting there like, making a funny face. And I just love that because it was like, my culture, my heritage, my parents, and everything that they've given for me, and being able to take them somewhere like that. And they were just so proud. And I was just so happy that the work that I'd done had, made that moment happen. So yeah, those are two moments that I'm really proud of. And as for, I guess, what's next,
yep.
I hope to be able to scale, scale the business and compete with those brands that are sort of entering the space. And for me, just figuring out different ways that I get to express my creativity, because that's something that's so important for me.
Thank you, Ade Hassan. You are a truly remarkable woman.
Thank you
for all that you're doing, and we will continue to support you and all that you do as well. So
thank you, and thank you for your amazing questions.
Yeah, thank you for the questions, guys. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Ade.
Guys, we can do better. Come on, let's put our hands together for Ade Hassan and Agnes Johnson. I think that was amazing. Do you want to stand and take a photograph? Is that all right? I think that was really amazing. The quality of questions. Please make una clap for ourselves. You guys, made me proud with those questions. I think we definitely have a very quality crowd as well, very quality audience. And going from the sort of questions that were asked today, I guess, that was a fantastic way to start. So let's put our hands together for Ade and Agnes one more time. Please, please take another picture. Come and take another picture with me and them. It's not every day you see member of the British Empire to take picture with. No. So let Ade be in the middle. She's the superstar. Very good. Then I will do Photoshop and take it to the Buckingham Palace as well. Yes, fantastic. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. That was a really exhaustive conversation. I love that Ade talked about taking that thing from idea to execution. She doesn't have a fashion background, and I think that's really profound. She just had an idea. She identified a gap, a need, and she was able to start building, from there. I love that she talked about how you can use what you have. Basically, you don't have to wait till you have everything to start. All right, we are moving swiftly to our next session, and I am going to call on the moderator for this session, who will then bring up our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen,
the energy is undeniable. The atmosphere is vibrant. It is the 2022 edition of the GTCO Fashion Week. Hi, my name is Eve, and I am going to be taking you through it all. We have an amazing lineup of events, okay? Right now I am surrounded by a lot of vendors. There's everything ranging from skincare to clothing, everything. And I'm going to be having some conversations with some of them. There's also a fashion show, and that is going to be happening at 7 p.m. But while we wait for that, we've got Masterclasses going on. There's one going to be happening in about 10 minutes, so you know what, calm down. Now I think I'm going to have a conversation with one of our vendors. Trust me, I'm going to be talking to a lot of people today. We're at one of the stands, and that is Ozena's stand. So I'm going to have a little conversation with her just to find out how she's finding things today. Hi, Ozena.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
How are you finding it today?
Great. You caught me mid-sale.
Oh, I love it. So what have the sales been like so far?
It's been amazing. Literally open at 10, and from like 9:30, we had people outside calling, asking if they could come in. Okay. So it's going great. We're running out of stock, replenishing stock from the car. So
that sounds like a good thing to me.
That's hers. Your order. Sorry.
So I mean, we're thinking sold out by the end of today.
Yeah, sold out, gang. Over here.
Love it so much. So I mean, you've heard it from her as well. You're gonna be here tomorrow as well, right? So hopefully you don't run out of stock before tomorrow.
That's the plan. It's a good problem, but
it's a good enough. Yes. So yes, that was one of our vendors, and as you can see, she's telling you that everything is going pretty well. But that's just one of the many that we have here today. The whole place is crowded, okay? Oh, so many lovely things to choose from. I'm just having fun here, to be honest. The beauty is beautying, to be honest. And I don't know, maybe at some point I'm going to take a break from doing all of this and go and shop for myself, because, I mean, who can deny all of this beauty? A girl's best friend is in a shopping mall, okay? So this, another of our stands, and this Abebi. Are we going to radio? All right, so now we're at another stand, and this is Abebi by Ton, and ooh, I see really lovely stuff. Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Good afternoon.
How are you finding it today?
It's slow, but well, thank God.
Wow. Okay, so could you tell us about the brand real quick? Just walk us through what the brand is about.
Okay, Abebi by Ton is a kimono. You know, we sell comfortable, luxurious outfits. They're very comfortable for anybody, everybody to wear. Free size.
I love that. I mean, I see really pretty pieces here. This one is catching my eye. That one as well. Oof. All right, I love it. So, I mean, what are you hoping to get out of this experience?
Basically to just network, to get people, you know, they don't really, even if they don't buy here, we get them to come to our store and patronize us. Yes.
I love that. That's an amazing attitude to have. I hope you have fun today, and, you know, everything you're looking for, you get it. Thank you so much. All right, guys, so I told you it's not just clothes, okay? There's everything here. I told you there's even skincare. Hi, guys. How are you?
How are you finding it today?
Very nice and interesting. A lot of people have been coming. Some have, yes, people have been coming for inquiries. Some people are trying to buy. As you can see, this was wonderful. Thank you, GT.
You're welcome. So tell us about this. I'm seeing all the makeup, and I'm a lover of makeup. Makeup, skincare. What's going on here?
Makeup Beauty, it's a beauty fashion brand. We have international beauty stuff, and then we have the Nigerian base also. We have skincare, we have makeup. If you want genuine makeup, we have it here, and you guys should just come. We have it at a very beautiful price. You want to come and shop with us, and we're at Lush Mall at Admiralty Way in Lekki.
All right, thank you. I hope you're having fun, just as I am. All right, guys, so you see, we don't just have clothing. There's skincare, there's food, there's every single thing you're looking for. I'm just going to be making stops at everywhere. Everything that catches my eye, I will stop by and I'll have a little conversation. Hi.
Hello, hi.
How are you? How are you doing? So please tell us about the brand.
This is awkward because I'm not even the owner, but she's shy. She's at the back.
Oh, so what? You're her spokesperson. Okay, then that's amazing. Do that. Hi.
Hi, owner. Okay, so this is your name. Essentially, thank you very much. Essentially, we have high street brands and luxury as well. So if you're looking for your Zara's, River Island, Topshop, Urban Outfitters, anything, we have it. So we have staples, jeans, denim, classy blouses, really. Anything you want, we have. And then we also have jewelry as well. Really nice, eccentric jewelry, which you're not going to find anywhere else. Yeah.
You're a very good spokesperson. Has anyone told you? She should hire you as the official spokesperson.
In kind.
We need to do something about that. But thank you so much. How have sales been today?
Well, we're still waiting for people. Sakpa should not talk about people. They should come a bit. But it's a bit hot, so we're expecting that by evening. Ona, come and say hi.
Yes, I mean, let's say hi. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm very well, thank you.
I love the name Yone. Like, what inspired it, though?
Okay, so it's my initials and my friend's initials. So when we wanted to start the business, it was supposed to be for both of us, but she chickened out. So yeah, my initials basically.
All right, love you. You see, you're not by yourself. All right, guys, have a blast. All right, so we're still moving. Ooh, and I like shiny things. You know what they say about diamonds being a girl's best friend? Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hi. Hello, hi. Oh, you're so pretty. Hello. So, I mean, I like shiny things. So, like, literally, that's why I'm here. So, tell us about the brand.
Okay. Hi, my name is Taicoh. I'm a representative for Jewelry House brand. We sell high-end classy jewelries of different styles and they're super affordable.
Jewelry are us.
Yes. Okay, I like how you spelled it. It's really, really nice.
So how are you finding this?
It's really wonderful. It's beautiful, and we have lovely customers already coming to shop from us.
Oh, I love that. Is this your first time? Okay, this is your first time here.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy. Like for your first time, you're having a blast.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Okay. So guys, as I'm always saying, it's not just clothing, it's not just skincare, it's everything, okay? And I'm at this stand and it's called Conda Cosmetics. Hi! I love your smile. Please tell us about this brand. I love it so much. It's got this rustic vibe to it.
Natural body care brand, yeah, and we use basically a lot of natural products. We have plant-based things and we use essential oils. Yeah, so we have body balms, we have cold processed soaps, those are major things. So we have about 12 cold processed soaps and we use essential oils for them. We have Taicoh, we have Baobab, and these are all things we use locally sourced ingredients from here in Nigeria. Yeah, so we try not to import anything. Yes. So we have body balms, we have lip balms, we have beard and shave oils and facial oils.
Wow, I mean, I just love how it looks. How long has this brand been in business?
We're very new. We're about 3 months old. Yeah. So we're new in this. Yeah.
I mean, how has it been for you though today? Is this your first time here?
Yes, this is my first time. Yes, I mean we're 3 months old, so we're pretty new, and so this is like our new. It's it's a new venture. So we're glad to be here and to showcase our product, and we are very, very interested in doing indigenous things. And for us, you know, it's for us by us, you know, yeah. So that exactly, yeah, and just people of our skin tone, of our skin color. We don't want, you know, all the synthetic chemicals and all of that. Yeah. So we just want something that works for everybody. And our products are really safe to use, even for children and those with sensitive skin.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much. All right, guys. I'm having fun just talking to everybody, learning about these brands. And trust me, I'll be talking to so many more. But for now, you know, I think I'm just going to go around. You know, when I said I was going to go shopping for myself, yes, you can't see all this beautiful stuff and you will not, you know, get distracted. I want to get some for yourself. So I'm going to take a quick break, you know, just for a bit. And then we have a masterclass coming up. I feel we've got Felicia Leatherwood, and she's going to be talking about hair, which is something I'm very passionate about. So we'll go to that masterclass, and after a while I'll come back to take you through all the goodness that is happening at the Taicoh Fashion Weekend 2022. I told you when I started, this is so amazing, and it's only day one. You've heard from our vendors, they're having an amazing time, and I'm going to be taking you through all of it. So if you're not here now, don't worry, I got you, but you should be here. Make it a date with us today and tomorrow, okay? I'm having so much fun here. The music is popping. Thank God for the great music. It's all just so amazing. Can you feel it? Look at the environment. Again, don't forget, there is the fashion show that will be happening at 7 p.m. So you're going to see some of your favorite fashion brands showcasing their designs for you, okay? It's the Taicoh Fashion Weekend 2022.
One, two. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the second masterclass at Taicoh Fashion Weekend. If you were part of the first masterclass, can you raise your hand? Okay, so a good number of us. We would love to have some energy in the room. The energy in the room for the first masterclass was really good. You gave 10 people a high five, but this time around, just give 3 people a high five. But you have to make it enthusiastic, all right? So find 3 people to give a high five, but do it with some energy. Good. Now put your hands together for yourselves. Put your hands together for yourselves, wonderful people. Thank you. All right, so our first speaker came in from the UK. Our next speaker is one of Hollywood's finest hairstylists. Now, the moderator will tell you all about that, but we're excited to have in Nigeria at the Taicoh Fashion Weekend Masterclass, Felicia Leatherwood.
All right, shout out to DJ.
Now, you've got to make Felicia feel more welcome than that. Come on. Let's give her a thunderous, Lagos, energetic round of applause. Felicia is widely recognized as Hollywood's best hairstylist to the stars. She's famed for her work with naturally kinky, curly hair. Her larger-than-life career is built on her intimate knowledge and understanding of natural hair. And to moderate this masterclass is no one other than Zeme Giwa Osage. Put your hands together for Zeme. Make a clap for Zeme now. You're very welcome, Zeme. All right, is Felicia in the building? All right, so I think she's just making her way in from the green room. And we'll just continue a bit more about Felicia. In addition to her work leading workshops and panels about natural hair in the US and around the world. She's worked with a number of celebrity clients. She has magazine cover and editorial spread exposures, including Vogue, Variety, Essence, Elle, and Ebony. And she is dubbed the Hair Whisperer. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Hair Whisperer, Felicia Leatherwood. Let me help you up. You can do better with that round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hand the microphone now over to Zeme, who will moderate the session.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I hope everybody's doing well. So we are here to joined by Felicia Leatherwood, who is going to take us through a demo of how to style one hairstyle 3 different ways, while also teaching us amazing tips and tricks for our Afro 4C, 3C hair, and how to just make us look beautiful, how to make us look beautiful, basically. So I'm going to hand it over to Felicia to talk us through what she wants us to do, what she's doing today. So, Felicia? Okay, so while she's getting mic'd up, so I'm just going to give you her resume, a little bit of what she's done. I don't know, does anyone know the show Insecure? With Issa Rae? Yeah, yes? Thanks, Tolua. So she's styled Issa Rae's hair for 9 years. So all the amazing looks you've seen on Issa Rae, this is the mind behind all of that. She's also styled Sky Jackson, Anthony Anderson on Blackish, Will Smith, amongst several other A-list stars. So when it comes to hair, this is the person you want to go to. So who's super excited to see her style hair today? Thank you, I am too. So Felicia, I'm going to hand over to you and just let us know what you're doing today, what you're showing us today, and then we'll get into everything, and then we're going to have some really great conversation, and I'm super excited.
Awesome. Okay, I think I'm hooked up. My model is somewhere. Here she comes. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and sitting in this masterclass. I am very grateful that you're here. I hope you have some good questions for me. I see everybody looking that way. Are you looking up there? Am I up there? There, okay. So I hope you have some really good questions for me. And I have my beautiful model here. And I'm missing products. So, yeah, everything's inside of there. While we are setting things up.
Okay, so while we're setting that up, we're just going to start with just your background, who you are, and I'm sure everyone wants to know how you got into hairstyling. So, how did you start? Can you give us a bit of a little background as to how you got into hairstyling and how you got to where you are, how you learned the top tips and tricks, and how you got to style all the big names that you styled so far.
Oh,
but let's start with growing up. Let's start with growing up. Let's start small.
Growing up. All right. Well, first of all, my mom didn't know how to do my hair. And I imagine a lot of people. How many people in here grew up and their mom didn't know how to do their hair? Yeah. So my mom didn't know how to do my hair. There weren't a lot of hair products at the time. There's a lot more now. And basically, I had to take matters into my own hands. So I worked a job, and I actually was not fulfilled. I always just wanted to put my hands in hair. So I left, and I went to cosmetology school, and everybody thought I was crazy because they said, well, you're going to leave and be a hairstylist? There's a hairstylist on every corner. What makes you different? And I said, you'll see. And my specialty became textured hair. So I have worked with a lot of celebrities. I didn't set out to do that. It wasn't on purpose. But basically, my life has been traveling and working with celebrities. I've been to Lagos 5 times, teaching classes in the past. the pandemic kind of shut things down a bit. But I'm here now with you and GTCO, and I'm very grateful for that. So my model's hair is, I believe she's pressed her hair or at least flat ironed it. So what I'm gonna do is, my specialty is taking one hairstyle and trying to make the most out of it, because no one wants to do their hair every day, right? So if you can get one hairstyle and take it and make 3 hairstyles out of it, you're doing a good thing. So I'm gonna start with a ponytail basically, because when you do a high ponytail, you can create anything from that. So we're gonna start with that. I'm gonna section her hair off.
So you're sectioning that in 3 parts?
The section is in 2 parts, really.
In 2 parts, okay. Can everyone kind of see what she's doing?
I think you can see it, yeah.
Is that a yes? Is that a no? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so while you're doing that, let's move on. So you went to cosmetology school, and then how did you get into the business? So you told us about how you got into, learning about hair and all of that. And then how did you get into the business of it? How did you get the clientele? How did you get to be the Felicia Leatherwood that we know and we have on this stage today?
So the thing about that is, people will say, oh, they worked hard, they did this, they did that. I didn't know anything other than I wanted to do hair. That's all I knew. I was like, I want to do this. I want this to be my life. I didn't set out to be with celebrities, doing celebrity hair. I just wanted to do hair. And as you see me pulling hair out of my bag, I walked around with hair in my bag. So anytime somebody needed their hair done, I would just whip out my bag that had hair in it and do hair. So I want to tell you, I notice when I come to Lagos, a lot of people wear more wigs. And can you hear me better? A lot of people wear a lot of wigs and weaves because it's hot. It's really loud. I think it's a little loud, no? And basically, we were talking earlier about the edges and how to protect your edges. And that is probably the Black woman's journey in life, is how do you protect your hairline?
How do you keep your edges from constantly falling off? And how do you regrow them once you've had them pulled out? And as a Black woman, I know that's something that I face constantly. And so Felicia has a few tricks to teach us, a few products that she's going to put us on to, help your edges grow out as quickly as possible. Because I know that that's a problem that I face at least once a year or 3 times a year. So Felicia?
So I'm doing a flat double strand twist on the side into a high pony. So when it comes to your edges, a lot of us have very sensitive edges, and there's a product that I have used for maybe about 5 years now. And you guys, if you want to take this note, you can Google it, and they will ship here. It's called Edge Entity. And Edge Entity, I noticed that the edges started to grow back within a month. You will start to see hair grow if the follicle is active. So Edge Entity is a really good product that you can use while wearing your wigs, your weaves, your braids, anything that snatched out the hairline. Mm-hmm. You want that.
And that works within a month.
I've seen growth within like 3 to 4 weeks.
That's amazing.
I'm sure they don't tell you that, but I've noticed it as a hairstylist.
Yeah. That's amazing. Okay, so let's quickly go back to the demo. So you've done like a little twist braid thing on the side.
Flat twist.
Okay,
yes.
A flat twist.
Yes.
That's a flat twist, everyone, a flat twist. Okay, and then...
But I like the demo braid thing.
The demo braid thing. We learn every day. Okay, so we've done a flat twist on the right side, and then we're moving on to the left side, and what are we doing over there?
So the thing about when you start to do partings, you want to guide by the top of the eyebrow. The eyebrow is my guide, and it helps me to know so I can get it even on both sides. And if you don't have a mirror that you're in front of. How about that? Is that better? I'm yelling at you guys. Okay.
Okay, so you go from the eyebrow, from the top of the eyebrow, and that's kind of
Yeah, the top of the eyebrow is where I use my guide to make the part so that it's even on both sides and balanced. And that's, of course, if you're not in front of a mirror.
So we're doing another flat twist on the left side as well.
We're going to do flat twist on the right, a flat twist on the left, and then we're going to create from there.
Okay.
And the good thing with hair is that your simplest mistake will be the best fashion that you ever design. It'll be like that thing that you didn't mean to do, and then you go out in the world and everybody says how good it looks.
Yeah, I definitely know something about that. Okay, so how long on average would a hairstyle like this take? So is this like a quick, like 10, 15 minutes?
Hairstyle?
Yeah.
This could be a 20-minute hairstyle.
Like a 20-minute?
Yeah.
For natural hair?
Yeah, this could be a 20-minute hairstyle.
Okay. I feel like it's already coming together.
I mean, usually I'm pretty quick. I know for some people not to apply pressure onto you, but give yourself a little grace. If you decide to try a new hairstyle, and you're going somewhere the next day, don't do that. Give yourself at least 3 days to figure out this hairstyle.
Yeah. And that's coming from a professional, guys.
Well, we've all created a hairstyle and we hated it, and then we threw something on top and left.
Yeah.
Or we've created a hairstyle that we weren't sure about, and then when we get the compliment, we don't know how to take it. And we start explaining what's wrong with the hairstyle. So if you ever get a compliment, just take the compliment. No one really cares about the excuse of why you didn't like it.
So really quickly, I want us to touch on your work with Issa Rae. Issa Rae is one of the biggest A-list actresses at the moment with her hit show on, I think, HBO, if I'm correct?
Yes, Insecure.
Insecure. And Issa Rae is known for having really short hair. She has like a little
She had
afro.
a little teeny-weeny afro for a long time.
Yeah. So I would imagine that it wouldn't be that easy to style that kind of hair. But in having conversation with you, you said you managed to do over 500 different hairstyles with that hair.
5 years of Insecure and probably 100 hairstyles each time. And sometimes I would have to create 3 hairstyles in under 20 minutes.
So that's kind of what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
That's kind of what we're doing right now.
Exactly.
So like, how do you? I can't imagine that that's an easy thing to do. So where do you kind of like start from? Like when you're kind of creating that, her looks for each episode or each season, on that kind of hair, where does that come from? Where does that inspiration come from?
The inspiration comes from everybody, even in the audience. What I've done is I'll go and look and see what the naturals like. And I always try to make sure I'm representing textured hair in a way that makes us feel powerful and beautiful. And so I basically will create from that space. I believe anything that you can do with textured straight hair, you could do with natural hair as well. You just have to put your flavor on it.
That's really interesting. You also told me, we kind of spoke about, issues that we have with our hair. We wear wigs a lot. I mean, standing here, I can see at least 80% of the women here are wearing wigs. And a lot of us do glue our hair down, which kind of starts the whole, loss of the edges, conundrum. But you said that, there are ways around that where you don't have to, when you're installing your wigs and when you're, laying your wig down, there are ways where you can protect your edges and loss of your edges and products you can use that are safer for your edges. So could you kind of give us a little insight into that? Because I think that's something people would love to hear.
I mean, I feel like that is one of the issues with wearing lace fronts is how do you keep it flat, that looks natural, but when you go to take it off, you don't want to rip out your edges. And so what I was telling you is that I use a product called Hair Gummy. It's by a company called Phonex, F-I-O-N-E-X, Hair Gummy. And basically, you can put that around the edges, tack down your lace front, and blow dry it. But when you go to take it off, it dissolves with water. So you don't have to use alcohol to dry, that'll dry out your edges and your skin. So Hair Gummy was what we used in the movies on set.
Okay, so, and that's something we can find on Amazon, I'm guessing, and is...
Yes, definitely on, everything's on Amazon.
Everything.
You can buy a whole house on Amazon.
Okay, so where are we on the hair?
So now I'm going to add some hair in just to give her a little bit more fullness. I'm using the Marley hair. It's by a company called Zuri. But it doesn't really matter who makes it. It's the texture that you're looking for.
So what kind of texture are we looking for with this?
Something that will match your own texture, of course, when you're wearing a textured hairstyle. And what I like that they make it easy is they put the rubber band on already. Okay. It's already there. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on her, and then I'm going to show you how to get 3 hairstyles out of this.
Okay. I'm just hoping everyone can see from that angle.
Yes, can you see? So the first hairstyle, of course, is if you want a really high bun. And you just basically split the hair up and you use part of it to give you the height. Another thing I like about this hair is you can use different colors. So you can have an ombre color. You can basically, if you don't want to dye your hair, if you have issues dyeing your hair, just use hair. Instead of putting bleach on your hair, use the hair extension to do it.
So can we go into hair coloring? For me, myself, I've tried coloring my hair. I love playing around with colors in my hair. So I go blonde, I've gone red, I've gone silver, I've gone green.
Oh,
and
nice.
Yes, and I found that in coloring my hair blonde, my hair length went from maybe that to about that.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that's also because I don't take care of my hair. So could you kind of walk us through the safest ways and the safest measures to color for people who love to color their hair and play around with their hair and just do funky colors? What would be the safest way? And would you just recommend no hair coloring and we only color our weaves and our wigs?
Well,
what would the Felicia Leatherwood take on that?
What would Felicia Leatherwood do? First of all, and I know we have some hairstylists in the room.
Do we have some hairstylists in the room?
Is everybody here? Okay. So you want to basically make sure that you know your hair. We all know if our hair is weak, how strong it is, what the needs are of our hair, right? So if your hair is weak, why would you put bleach on it? You can actually achieve a lighter color without using bleach. And if I were you, I would test it in an area that if I don't like it, no one will see it.
So the back.
Yes. And then if it's cute, then you can go back the next day, or the next week, I should say, and go ahead and apply the color. But a lot of times the color is perfect in the beginning, but once you put a lot of heat, either the blow dryer or a flat iron or whatever it is, a silk press, that's when the issues come up. So you just have to be mindful. People don't know. You're really only supposed to use heat every 2 weeks. You're not supposed to use it every 3 to 4 days.
Or every day.
Or every day. But what happens with us is when we're going somewhere, we get amnesia. And we say, I'm just going to bump it a little bit. It'll be fine. 3 days later, I'm just going to bump it a little bit. It'll be fine. And we keep doing that and don't remember that we actually bumped it like 4 times already in a week. So that becomes a big problem for us. And I'm sure we all know about that.
I for sure do. But I also want to talk about treatment. So you're here to give us, techniques to keep our hair looking beautiful and luscious. My hair isn't natural. My hair is relaxed.
Okay. So this is one hairstyle, by the way. Okay. I'm going to go into my next hairstyle.
Can everyone see that?
It's just a high pony. And I love the texture of this hair. And you can accessorize it with different types of beads, jewelry, different things like that you can add to it.
That's stunning. That's stunning. And it's really like easy, super quick, something you can do in front of your mirror at home. It's nothing like too, time consuming or... That's beautiful.
It's fun, and you can go out and you can sweat Legos.
No, that is gorgeous. Guys, is no one going to clap for Felicia? Thank you. That's like a 10-minute hairstyle right there. Okay, so we're talking about keeping your hair healthy. So I know about treating your hair, steaming your hair, doing things like that, but what would you recommend for both relaxed and natural hair? Just tips and tricks to keeping your hair healthy, whether it's been colored, whether it's damaged, or whether it's just your normal day-to-day hair routine or weekly or monthly.
So one of the tips that I have that people seem to enjoy is if you have a shampoo that is really drying on your hair and you feel like you wasted your money, buying this product and now your hair is tangled from the shampoo, add a little conditioner in with your shampoo. You add the conditioner in, it will soften the shampoo, and then you're able to apply it on your hair without your hair turning into a dreadlock.
Okay. And what other tips to maintain healthy hair?
So healthy hair is all about routine. If you have a good routine, let's say that you shampoo and condition your hair every, other week. You deep condition it twice a month. You don't use a lot of heat, but it's about the conditioner with our hair. Our hair gets dry. Our hair usually will only have oil at the scalp, natural sebum at the scalp. It does not go through all the way to the ends like straight hair would. And we know that because when we straighten our hair, it gets oily fast. But with your hair natural, you're looking for the oil. So it's really important, I think, for a leave-in conditioner to be used. I love leave-in conditioners.
I've always had the problem with leave-in conditioners and regular conditioners. What's the difference? And also, regular shampoo and leave-in shampoo. Can you kind of leave-in? Yes, that. Oh, I've seen that.
Who's leaving in shampoo?
I've seen that. Leave-in shampoo. I've seen a couple people use that, and I was so confused.
Yes, I'm very confused.
I was so confused.
I haven't heard that one, though.
I will show you after the class.
Okay.
But it's definitely a thing. But leave-in conditioner and regular conditioner, what's...
Well, leave-in conditioner is a lot lighter than regular conditioner. Regular conditioners, deep conditioners, and masks tend to be thicker and heavier. And so that's basically the difference, is the lightness of it. So look, I'm just taking the hair, I've split it into 4 sections, and I am rolling it towards the front of her forehead. And then I'm going to tuck it and pin it. And you don't want to think too hard about the hairstyle.
This is so straightforward. I'm so excited. It's nothing too daunting, nothing too time-consuming. It's just so straightforward and so beautiful. I think I'm going to go to questions really quick and just see if anyone has. What do you think, Felicia?
I would love that.
Yeah?
I love questions.
Okay, can we get some questions? Does anyone have any questions really quickly? Just super short questions for Felicia. Over there. Ushers, can we get a mic to the lady over there?
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm good. It's a pleasure watching you do this within a few minutes. However, I have issues with natural hair. I see the lady here, she's got very long hair and well-grown edges. For me, I actually wear natural hair, but I have issues with growing the edges and leaving it grown. She mentioned something about lace, wigs, and all that. You also recommended the Fionex, which could be obtained via Amazon. Now, a person like me that does not use lace wigs, yet I have issues with my edges. I try to eat healthy. I try to take fruits. I use your deep conditioning once in a month, and I still experience breakage. What do I do? This is Africa. Our weather is usually hot, and we hear a lot of times that the heat affects our hair. Please, ma, how do we achieve grown edges? I'm enjoying this because the edges are grown. How do I maintain mine? Thank you.
Okay, did you get that?
That's a good question. I mean, and this is a prime example of if you do have hair loss around the edges, you really can add some hair in and cover up the edges. There's another thing I'm going to show you guys. It's a little trick, and I don't know if the camera can see this. I think this is going to help you. So this right here is called Touch Back. And it's basically a pen that will draw edges. You can draw your edges with this.
Like a marker.
It literally can. Let me see if I can do it on her. And you can put gel on, pomade, and still use this. So if the camera can get close enough, but you can also come to me at the end and see. But I can literally draw edges on. So if the hair is thin, then you can just simply create edges with the pen. And it only will come off when you shampoo your hair. It's angled so that you can get that edge you want. You can drag it and create baby hair, by the way. But this will be the answer to a lot of people's prayers. And I don't know why a lot of people don't talk about this, but I think because I work a lot in the movies, we have all these tricks and things that we have to do to make the hair look fuller. And this is definitely my go-to.
Okay, what's it called?
It's called Touch Back, and you can find it on Amazon as well. I have a dark brown. The dark brown is good for black and brown hair as well. The black is a bit too black, but this one looks more natural. So, and I want to see, look, you see? You can literally draw, and then I kind of tap it to mat it down. And it really blends in and makes it look like your edges are full. But to grow your edges, if you feel like you really can't have an active follicle still, edge entity. Get that edge entity. It's going to work. The other thing we talked about are home remedies. Things like rice water. You guys have heard of the rice water rinse? And you boil the water, the rice, and you get the water. It works. Now, the problem with that is that people don't know when it's time to throw that away. When it starts to smell like rotten eggs, that's when it's time to toss it.
So how many hours or how many days?
Probably like a week, 2 weeks maybe, and then you start over with that.
Okay. Does anyone want to learn more about the process of using the rice water? Yeah? Okay, Felicia, could you just briefly, in 30 seconds, just talk about the rice water technique? How do you make it? How do you apply it? And what's the process? How many days, weeks, months does it take to take effect?
So basically, there's 2 ways that you can make it. You could either let the rice soak in the water overnight, collect the water, put it in a spray bottle like this, or you can boil the rice, not all the way where the water is dissolved, but leave a little bit of the water, drain out the rice, and collect it that way. People tend to rather let it sit overnight because it's quicker. And you spray it on before you shampoo, rub it in, and let it sit for 20 minutes, then rinse it out and shampoo your hair.
And how long do you do that for? Like, what's the process? How long do you do that? How many times do you do that to see, like, improvement?
Oh, I see.
So how many times would she need to do that?
You're going to do it until you see improvements.
Okay.
Yeah, everybody's different. The hair growth is different.
Okay. So did you get your answer? Yeah? Okay. Okay, can we get a microphone to the lady over there with the cute wig? Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask the name of the marker for the edges.
Could you speak louder so she can hear you?
So I wanted to ask the name of the marker for the edges, the one on Amazon, the one she just showed earlier. Yeah, I wanted to get the name of the brand.
Okay.
Yes, and what color.
Okay, so she wants to get the name of the edge marker. I don't think she got that.
Okay, the touch.
She wants to get the name. I don't think she heard that.
So, touch back. And you can find it on Amazon.
Touch back. Do you want to come see it? Do you want to come see it?
I wanted to get one more hairstyle.
Okay, does anyone else have any more questions? Okay, so sorry, I can't see if you're a lady or a guy, but I can see your hand. Can we get a microphone to the lady? Yeah, the one behind you. No, the one behind you over there. Okay, we'll go with him first. Yeah, that's fine. Hi.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Dare, and I'm a writer
Hi, Dare.
and a content creator. Yeah, my question for you is that obviously, like you do ladies' hair. Like, do you have tips for guys?
Tips for guys.
Yeah.
Okay, now most of the men, and you didn't say this, but most men ask me how to grow their hair back, especially when they're having receding hairlines, right? And I love the men because they don't want to say that. They'll be like, what can we do? So when it comes to men losing their hair, as soon as you notice it, you got to jump on it. The hard part is a lot of it is genetic. So it's something that comes from the family line. And eventually it's going to catch up with you, unfortunately. There are definitely remedies, hair growth products, things, DHT blockers. If you're looking for a product to grow hair, look for DHT blocker to be in the shampoo, conditioner, or the product you're using, because that's going to help your hair from falling out faster. It'll slow down the process and in some cases even stop it. But at the end of the day, when you lose your hair, and hopefully you won't, you just thank God that you're still here.
I love that. I love that. So let's go back quickly to the demo. And, okay, so are we done?
You told me I had 30 seconds. I would keep going.
No, we'll go back to the questions, but I just want us to quickly touch base on what you're working on here.
Well, I'm going to add a little something to it. I love a pop of color, and so a lot of times I will take hair, synthetic hair, and make individual braids. And basically, I'm going to actually hand these pins back to you. I like to pop a little color in there. Can you look there? I think it's there. And so what I'll do, even if it's not the same color as the hair, it just accessorizes it. But I had a question for the audience. I really wanted to know what your biggest challenges are with your hair. Is it the time it takes to do it? Is it the styling of it? Is it the weather? What is the biggest issue? And do you know how many, when it's time to to start over with your wigs and your weaves? Because I think I see a lot of people sometimes go too far and they'll have it for a long time where the wig looks like it's going to grow legs and walk away. So I'm curious to know if anybody knows when it's time to expire the wig.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? What are your challenges with your hair? Does anyone want to volunteer? Okay, they're definitely, okay, the lady in the front. Can we get the microphone to the lady in the front here? Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, Felicia. Great to see you working. I've always had tons of hair, really blessed with a lot of hair. But as I've gotten older, I have developed a little helicopter pad. So I call it a helicopter pad because I'm kind of balding in the middle. So it makes it difficult to know what sort of styles to do.
Yes.
I got lots of hair at the back, but here is the problem. And then also for products that can maybe help growth. I read about things like rosemary oil, and I don't know whether those are really effective. So just some advice about older people losing hair in the middle of their head, which is the problem that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
So when it comes to growing hair, you really should look at the reviews because everybody's got something different happening. And we have all these products in our cabinet to grow our hair and then they don't work. Or we stop using them. If you start doing any kind of regimen to grow your hair, you have to do it for 90 days, which is really 3 months. So you have to stick to it. Now they have products that you only have to use 3 times a week to grow hair. There's one I really like you can find on Instagram, and they'll ship here as well. And it's called Love Makeba, Makeba. It also works on men. It's a tonic. It's not an oil, but it's a spray tonic. You spray it on 3 times a week, and it actually helped me. Because I had 3 little bald spots due to menopause. I had hair loss. A lot of people, too, I found out, clients of mine who had COVID. A year later, hair loss became prevalent for people who had experienced COVID. So if you experience anything like that, I definitely highly suggest Love Makeba. The Healing Hope is the name, or Hope Renewed. I'm sorry, Hope Renewed is the spray you want to get. Then your other question, you said that you have hair loss in the middle. The best thing for that is kind of what I did. Pulling the hair up, making sure that it's not too tight so it doesn't keep pulling on that area. Add in your Love Makeba or your ointment, your hair growth ointment in the middle. But make sure you don't leave the ponytail in too long because then you suffocate the follicle and there can't be any air. It can't breathe because it's all locked together. And most people like to put their hair up when it's wet. So that becomes a problem, especially in the heat. So make sure that you're able to loosen the ponytail at nighttime so that you're not pulling in the middle or on the edges. They have these drawstring ponytails that I love, and they sell them on Amazon. Everything's on Amazon, by the way, you guys. But I think that the drawstring ponytail is your best bet, and it's quick. You can find it in any texture, and you just pop it on. Oh, okay.
Okay.
And if your hair is short, though, even in the back, if it's broken off, if you turn to the side, you can basically part from the top of the ear to the other side and split the ponytail in half. So that way you get one ponytail here, another, and then you merge it together with the hair. So you don't even know that the hair is shorter in the back. You won't even know.
Yeah? Okay, can we get one more question? Because we have to round up the class. But let's see, who hasn't?
I have the microphone.
Yeah? Okay, hi. So our final question before we round up the class.
Yes, hi, Miss Felicia.
Hi.
My name is Uche. I'm a hairstylist. I don't know if there are so many hairstylists here in the room, but I was super glad that GT finally brought a hairstylist to their show. And it's so good to see you here and, perform on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is very random. I was wondering, do you have internship opportunities at your business? And if yes, how do we get plugged in?
That's a great question because you're so far away from me. I do have opportunities. A lot of hairstylists will contact me to see if they can be an apprentice, and I love that. I welcome that. I feel like if I'm able to support another hairstylist and spread the love, you're the next group coming up to create and invent different hairstyles. So I welcome that. And yes, you can contact me at Ask Felicia, Felicia, more, MORE, @gmail.com. So Ask Felicia more @gmail.com.
Okay, thank you so much. Actually, I was wondering, coming to you for an internship opportunity, not coming back to Nigeria.
That's what I'm telling you. Hit me in my Gmail.
That's great.
And we got to figure out how to get you to the U.S.
Hit her up, and she'll sort it out. Thank you so much, Felicia.
Thank you.
We got
Thanks
two
to my
hairstyles.
model.
We got 3 hairstyles on her too.
We did a little
Like
accessory
2.5.
on the last one.
Yeah. So we got like 2.5 hairstyles done. Can we get a round of applause for Felicia and her amazing class? I think we all learned so much. I did. Thank you so much, Felicia. Thank you so much to our beautiful model. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And we'll see you in our next masterclass.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really beautiful. To Felicia and Zeme. All right. If you want to attend the next masterclass, you don't have to leave. You can just sit back. If you're interested in attending the next masterclass, you don't have to leave. But if you want to, maybe use the bathroom, take a quick break, we have 5 to 10 minutes for that, and you can come back quickly. We've heard from a fashion business owner and designer. We've just heard from a hairstylist. The next masterclass will be by someone who's a supermodel. All right, so if modeling is your thing, you don't want to miss the next masterclass, and it will start in 10 minutes. You guys stood all through. I thought you guys were going to sit.
Right inside into the next.
All right, so our next masterclass will be anchored by Agnes Johnson. You saw her already during the first class. And she will be moderating a talk with Meli Tiako. And the theme is utilizing a diverse heritage to promote equality and inclusivity in the modeling industry.
she is. So make sure that you are already at the gates for the masterclass. It's happening in the next 10 minutes. We can see a very, very big crowd of people in front of this, but we still have room for you. If you're stepping in right now, make sure that you are already making your way.
If you can shut off the radio in this place, that would be nice. The radio audio.
Find the masterclass hall.
All right, so this next masterclass will start at 3 p.m. So in about 10 minutes, we're going to kick off officially. But thank you so much. For those who have been part of the first two masterclasses, thank you, thank you, thank you. And get ready.
No, no notice, no noticeable. Mike.
Check. All right. We're getting ready to start the third masterclass. And if you're wondering where I am, I'm with you here in the audience. All right, so I want you to raise your hand if you attended the first or second masterclass, and if you thought that you enjoyed it, I want to quickly say something about the masterclass that you thought was wonderful. Okay, the lady in front, had a hand up first. So what's your name, and tell us what you enjoyed about the first two masterclasses.
Can I get up? My name is Tokumbo Iyamu. I'm a lawyer. I attended the second masterclass. It was quite enlightening because it taught me more about my weave and how to maintain it and styles, so innovative styles I never thought about. So it was really very interesting. I'm happy I did attend. Tokumbo Iyamu, Barrister Tokumbo Iyamu.
Can you put our hands together for Barrister Tokumbo Iyamu? All right, thank you. Okay. I have someone else with their hand here. I'm looking at you there. I'll come to you. What's your name?
Success Samudiame. I loved masterclass because it was entertaining and educating, and also it helps to push us forward to do better. So thank you. I'm a Milena also.
You're what? Oh, you make fascinators. Let's put our hands together. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. All right, so from this section of the hall, I saw a hand there. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Oni. I'm a lawyer, the founding partner of Hilton Top Solicitors. I really enjoyed the various sessions we've had today. The first one was highly educative, insightful, as well as the second. For the first one, I was able to pick a lot from Ade Hassan on the issue of transitioning, the fact that she started off with financial sector and was able to, transition so well into the fashion industry because she had to pursue what she really felt convinced to do, as well as me, because I have passion for fashion. I also make clothes, and I'm into pattern drafting and all that, and it really kind of gave me a lot of interest to follow on with that. And then for the second one, of course, it helped with my hair, information about how I can take care of my hair because I have very scanty hair, and I just started making hair after 12 years of cutting my hair. And so it was really, really educative and highly insightful. A big kudos to JT for this great innovation.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for her. It seems like we have a lot of lawyers here today. I've spoken to 2 barristers already. And I think that's the beauty of the fashion industry, is that everyone from every walk of life and every field can find a place. I think it was really instructive that Ade said, she wasn't really thinking about fashion. She just saw that she had a need and no one else was meeting that need, and that's where the idea came from. All right, so I've taken questions, or rather comments from these 2 sides. I'm going to take from this side before I call our next speaker. So who's going to raise their hand? We've spoken to 2 ladies, so there should be a gentleman. It'd be nice to hear from a gentleman. Not putting anyone on the spot. Okay, good. Who? Yeah, fantastic.
All right, my name is Salvation. I'm a fashion designer. I enjoyed the first part, which Ade Hassan put us through, for the fact that she leveraged on the internet when she did not have a big space, but she leveraged on the internet to put out her product. And I think that is a very key thing that all designers should buy into, because the internet is like a mine now. Leveraging on the internet would go a long way in helping our businesses.
I think that's really brilliant. Yes, this digital world that we're living, and with social media, from your little nest or your little cave in Nigeria, you can have a product that can reach the ends of the world with social media. So let's put our hands together. You've been a fantastic, very attentive class. Make una clap for ourselves. You're not clapping for yourselves? All right. Okay, so if you're just coming for the first time, we really love the energy, and we want you to greet our speakers with enthusiasm and with energy. All right, so I'm just going to confirm that we're good to go with Meli, and we'll have her on. All right. Again, you're welcome to GTCO Fashion Weekend, the Masterclasses. This will be the 3rd one in our long roll call of very insightful masterclasses that we have put together for you. Earlier, we had a business owner, a designer. We've had a hairstylist. Now we're going to have a supermodel, Meli Tiako. Can we put our hands together for Meli Tiako? Meli will talk on equality and inclusivity in the modeling industry. She was born in Paris and raised in Ivory Coast. Meli is a supermodel with a diverse...
I don't know about you, but I am having a blast, okay? It's the Taicoh Fashion Weekend, and bro, the energy is very much giving. So right now, I'm at this stand, and it's VWH. I'm about to talk to somebody just to find out, ooh, this is actually really giving. Love it very, very, very much. Hey! I have an interview. All right, now, so we're at this stand. Love it. This is Silk by Vicky. I'm guessing you're Vicky? Hi, Vicky. How are you? How are you finding it here today?
Very well, very, very fantastic. I love it.
So sales, everything. Is this your first time here?
No, this is my third time here. So the experience is just getting better and better each time I come here. So you can imagine. Yes,
I love that. So I mean, when did you set up sales and everything? How's that been today? Like made sales?
It's been very great. Like I said, very good. Customers coming in and out. So I'm really enjoying.
Hello everybody, so I'm going to introduce myself. You already did a great job, but my name is Meli. I am 31 years old. I'm going to be 32 next January. I have been modeling for 13 years now. So I went to university in Canada, as he said before, and that's where I started to model. I modeled like around 3 to 4 years in Canada before I moved to New York. So I moved to New York after I graduated university. And I've been living in New York since then. So during my career, I've had the chance to work with many renowned clients, like Victoria's Secret and Dior and Tom Ford and Ralph Lauren and Sephora and many other great brands, and I'm very grateful for it. And so that's what's been happening. I'm there full time. Even if I'm based in New York, I am international, so I work between Europe and America and Canada, and that's my job. What else can I say about me? I would like to highlight the fact that modeling is not as easy as you may think. It takes a lot of motivation, a lot of determination. It's very difficult to live away from home, away from your parents, and you don't really know what to expect. You don't know what the next month will look like, what the next year will look like. So you need that motivation, that drive, in order to keep moving forward. And also, there is lots of competition. You have beautiful, beautiful girls everywhere. There's always going to be more beautiful and taller and more intelligent than you. So you have to keep believing in yourself in order to push and push and push. So I have a small anecdote, for example, to give. I did Victoria's Secret fashion show in 2018, and before I booked the show, I did the casting 4 times. So Victoria's Secret, for example, they ask who they want to see at the casting. So they requested to see me in 2015. I went to the casting. After the casting, you have a callback. So I made it to the casting, and I made it to the callback. And they say, we like her, but it's not the right time. 2016, I had the same. Casting and callback, didn't work out. 2017, same. Casting, callback, didn't work out. And I started to doubt myself. I was thinking, what's wrong with me? Maybe, I'm not pretty enough. Maybe there is something missing, 2018, they also requested me. I went to the casting, but for the first time, I really didn't care. I was thinking, this is how I am. They either need to appreciate me and, book me as I am, or it's just not a client for me. So I went to the casting, I gave whatever I had to give, I did my walk, I talked to the people, and I left. And then for the first time, I didn't get the call back, and I was thinking, it's fine, it's okay. And I remember I was in the restaurant with my boyfriend, I ordered everything that you could see on the menu, and I got a text, and they told me, my booker told me, Meli, they finally added you to the callback list, they want to see you. And I was like, oh, that's strange, but yeah, I'll do it. So when I went to the callback, it's the same. I was really detached. For once, I really decided that, I'm just going to give my 100%, and if it doesn't work out, that's fine. I am who I am, and I cannot change it. So I did the casting, and I left, and I really didn't believe in it. And that year, I confirmed the show. And it just proved me that everything comes when it's the right time. You always have to believe in yourself and keep pushing. Just push, believe in yourself, and what's meant to be will be. If it's meant for you, it will be for you. But keep that motivation and keep that determination. And throughout my 13-year career, I think it's always been the same, you know. I always believe in myself and I try the best that I can. And whatever was meant to be for me came to me. And whatever was not meant to be for me just didn't come to me. You know, so if you would like to be a model, keep pushing and pushing. Always stay nice. Be nice to people. Be professional. That's very important. Because don't forget that the way you look is just an envelope. It's not going to last forever. After a few years, you're not going to look the same anymore. But what people will remember is your personality and who you truly are inside and how they feel when they are around you. So every time you meet people, whether it's at a casting or a job, always be nice to others. Always be kind and professional. Be on time, do your job, and leave. You know, that's very, very important. That's how I rule. That's what I do, you know. Thank you very much. Thank you. So after all these years in the industry, I've always wanted to start my own agency. I've always wanted to have my agency based in Africa. Why Africa? Because I feel like when you look at South America, Europe, Asia, there is so many agencies. In Nigeria, actually, you guys have a lot of agencies as well. And then you also have Angola and South Africa. But apart from that, there is not many agencies. And I was thinking, why shouldn't I just start my own agency as well? I have experience. I have my boyfriend who also has 15 years of experience. Together, we are a strength. And, you know, he knows the men industry, I know the women industry. We can just, you know, do something together. So I've always wanted to do it, but I never really had the time because of work. So during COVID, I didn't have any more excuse. So I founded my agency called The Hunt Management. And the reason why I chose The Hunt is because I'm basically traveling throughout the continent, organizing castings all over, to hunt for new faces, you know. My goal is really to showcase the diversity of the African continent. Because as I was saying before, backstage, when you look at Africa, the beauty is diverse. If you look at somebody from Rwanda, somebody from Mauritania, Morocco, Benin, Niger, Mali, Cape Verde, the beauty is not the same. So it's important to showcase that diversity and also to give opportunities to Africans. I think we have so much potential, but the industry is getting there, but it's not there yet. I think there is much more that can be done, and we are on the right way, and I want to be part of that, you know, improvement, you know. So I founded The Hunt last June, and I did castings in East Africa. So I started with East Africa. I did 1 month, 4 countries, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. I had lots of people. I had 1,800 people, over than that, and I signed 5 kids. I know it's not a lot, but I know what I want. I'm very specific with my criteria, and I signed 5 kids, and today, 3 of them are, like, they've started their career. They did, like, Yves Saint Laurent, Dolce Gabbana, Versace, Prada, beautiful things, and I feel very grateful for that whole experience, and I'm very happy to see other young Africans to be going very far and to be realizing their dreams as well. And this year I did West Africa. So I did Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, Guinea, and Cape Verde. I just came back from Cape Verde, and I have 7 amazing new faces as well. And so it's going very well, and I feel very happy to be doing that because I feel like I need to give also my part to the continent. I want to be one of those leading the fashion industry in Africa and pushing Africans as far as possible so that tomorrow those young Africans can do the same as me. And together we can, you know, have the continent grow and be on top of the world, okay? So today among you, there is one of my models. He is from Lagos, Nigeria. He will come here on stage and talk about his story. His name is Lukman Jimo. So please, can you applaud Lukman, and he's going to come very soon. Are you stressed?
Not really, I'm just excited. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Hi guys, as she said, my name is Lukman Jimo. I'm born in Lagos, and It has been amazing so far. I'm very grateful for this woman right here. I got scouted on Instagram. Yeah, I reached out to a lot of agencies. They said I'm not what they want. So I just got annoyed and just went on Instagram and researched. And I actually did something crazy. I sent my Polaroids, pictures, everything to over 100 agencies in one night. In one night. And I'm so grateful she chose me. And I've been able to travel to South Africa for 3 months. I've not left my mother's house before, please. Really, this has made me open my eyes. I've met amazing people, amazing designers, stylists, amazing models. Like, it has been an eye-opening journey, and I know it's getting better. And thank this woman for me. She's doing well, and I know there's more to come from her. I'm so grateful. Thank you very much.
So you see, for example, Luc Mon at the beginning, what happened is that he sent a DM to my agency's account. The agency's name, as I say to you, is The Hunt Management. And then I checked his IG and I was like, oh, that kid has potential. And he would never answer the messages. So I had to chase him. And at the end, I was finally able to get a hold on him. And, you know, he sent me some pictures and videos and we did his placements. And he went to Cape Town. When was it? I forgot.
February. Yeah.
Last February, stayed there for 3 months, started to build his portfolio, you know, share his experience with other models from all around the world, and that's the whole beauty of it, you know, and I'm very happy he's here.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So yes, guys, I talk about my career, I talk about my agency. You've had one of my models here. Agnes is coming.
Yep, I'm going to come up. Thank you very much for giving us that great insight into your life and your career and all that you do. And thank you, Lukman, for coming up. You mentioned when you were talking earlier that you have a criteria. You said you only chose 5 people initially because you're quite precise in terms of what you're looking for.
Yes.
So can you just talk us through what it is that you're looking for? What stands out? Can we sit down?
It's really difficult to actually put a word on it, you know, because I've been in the industry for so long that I can tell directly when I see somebody. I like to follow my guts, you know. I have a cousin who actually called me this morning because I went to Guinea, and unfortunately, even if I saw many beautiful girls, there is nobody in Guinea that I decided to sign. And she was curious why. And I was telling her that it's more than beauty, you know. Modeling is not like a Miss contest, you know, like Miss Nigeria. It's not the same. It's about, like, you know, the neck. For agencies are going to look at the neck, for example. When you look at the profile, they're going to look at the proportions of the face, the chin, the nose. They're going to look at the symmetry of the face, the jawline, the cheekbones. So it's not necessarily about beauty. It's about something in particular. Beauty, of course, is part of it as well, but there is much more to take into consideration. And I would say that my 13 years of experience really helps because I'm able to tell right away, you know, and the reason it's not, I'm not being specific just to be specific. To me, there is no point to sign a model who's not going to work. I don't want the model to have a contract with the company and be sitting home with a contract. My goal really is when you sign with my agency that you can go as far as possible. I really try my best to push as far as possible. And in order to do that, you know, as a mother agency, I am not the one making the final decisions. It's like a soccer player manager. You find the talent and you place him in clubs. I find the model and I place him in agency. So when I find the model, I have to make sure the model meets the criteria of the international market. Because if I don't, then the model is gonna end up not working. You know, so I'm not specific just for the pleasure of being specific. I'm specific because I wanna make sure that the model that I find is going to sign right away and is gonna be doing beautiful things. Because I think it's selfish to sign a model just for the model to sit home and not do anything, you know?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for that. I want to open the floor up for questions because I'm sure we have lots of questions in the audience for Meli. So the lady at the back wearing white with her hand up, can we get her the microphone, please? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Meli. I'm so grateful to be here. My name is Bolanle.
Melanie, nice to meet you.
Okay. I'm happy to be at GTCO Fashion Weekend. My question goes thus. In the modeling world, especially international. You'll be hearing a model needs to be, as a female, you need to be about 6 feet 3 inches. You need to be about 6 feet 2 inches. If you are not up to that, if you are like 5'7", 5'6", 5'9", don't come here. So what does that tells us? Because you come in now, I was expecting somebody very tall. So, but I saw you and you keep going on and waxing strong. Is that a new norm now? Is the tall, those tall ladies, are they not en vogue again or what?
Did you get it? Okay, so she's saying that with supermodels, thank you for your question. With supermodels, we're used to hearing that they have to be a certain height, like 6'2" or 6'3". Anything shorter than that or anything lower than that is not accepted. However, when she saw you come on stage and she was like, wow, you're an amazing supermodel and you're not at that height, or we presume you're not at that height. So is the height no longer required? I think was the question.
So I am 5'9", which is 175, which is the minimum usually in the industry. Now, to answer your questions regarding height, the reason why agencies put a height criteria is, you know, I don't know about Nigeria, but I would talk for my country, Côte d'Ivoire, for example. When you have a show, they do fittings on the models. They would adjust the clothes to you and stuff like this. But when you're in Europe or in America, let's say that you go to a casting for a fashion show. They're going to see you. They're going to ask you to walk. If they're interested in your profile, you will come back for the fittings. But when it comes to the fittings, the clothes are already made. They're looking for the model who's going to fit those clothes, you know. And if they have to do adjustments, it's very small adjustments. And that's the reason why the agencies have a height criteria, because they want to make sure the model is not too tall or too short so that the clothes fit on them. That is the reason why there has been criteria for so long. And it's not just a minimum height, there is also a maximum height. You know, I have a model who's 193, he cannot work. Because when he goes to fittings, the pants are gonna come all the way here. So agencies can be a bit difficult with the height because of that shows, but also, you know, when you go to a shoot, the clothes are already there. So ideally for the clients, they would like the model to be able to fit the clothes. However, the industry is getting more and more inclusive. As you can see, there is more plus size, there is petite models as well, and it's growing more and more. Because of course, not everybody is tall, not everybody is like, you know, like they're slim. There is, the beauty comes in all shapes and, size and shapes, you know. So the industry is opening more and more to that. But the reason why there is this criteria is because, as I told you, you go to a show or you go to a shoot, the clothes are already there, you know. So if you're too tall, for example, and the pants are here on you, what does the client do? That's the reason, you know.
Thank you for
that.
that.
I hope I answered your question, Melanie. Did I? You did? Okay, I did. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Do we have any other questions in the audience for now?
Don't be shy, please. Ask questions.
Yeah.
I'm here for the questions. No?
Okay, we have a question at the front here, please. Yes. A lady, thank you. Guys, you have a supermodel in your midst. There must be so many questions that you want to ask, so feel free, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Deborah. I still remain Deborah Oni. I'm an emerging tech lawyer. I had wished I modeled before I started giving birth, right, years back. But it didn't happen. Probably I didn't get connected to the right agency, right? But somehow my free girls here, they kind of have interest in modeling. So I was going to ask, do you sign in children? And if you don't, how can we like kind of establish that, you know, that contact and relationship that I know that once they are of the age or of the time that you want, you could probably check them out and know whether they are up to the requirement when you see.
Okay.
Sorry, Can you get me? Okay.
It's too loud. Sorry, the music is a bit loud on the side, so I didn't get what you... I heard from... you have children who are underage. And
my free girls here.
Yes.
So they are interested in modeling. So I want to know if you do sign children, and if you don't, at what age, and how can we establish that connection so I know that they are following some forms of mentors, a mentor like you, and then at some point when they are of the age or of the height that you want, they can probably, you know, just take it from there. I have them here, so I want to know how we can establish that, and if you sign in children.
Okay, so with my agency, I do not work with children. Usually when you look at the agencies, it's abroad or, you know, there is always like agencies for children and agencies for adults. Some agencies do a bit of both, but I don't. Usually when I sign a model, they're around like 17. And the reason is, in Europe, you have to be a certain age to start working. The clients are not really allowed to work with underage models. The underage model can sign, but then the parents would need to give their permission for every job. You know, the law can be very strict in Europe with that. So when I sign a model, usually the model is around 16 to 17, so not too far from 18, which is the minimum legal age to start working in Europe. And if the model is 17, like in Senegal right now, I signed a girl who's 17, I need the parental authorization, and when she goes to Europe and starts working, the parents will have to give the authorization as well for every single job that she will do. Now, if you want to stay in contact with me for the future, for your children, you can follow the Instagram account of the agency, so it's The Hunt Management, or the Facebook page as well. You will find the website. On the website, there is a section called Get Scouted. When you go on Get Scouted, you can submit online. You have like we ask for all the information, all the pictures and the videos, and you have all the instructions. So once they are ready, they can submit their pictures and videos online. We will receive all the, the profile and make a decision and then get back to you. But unfortunately, below 16, 17, 16 is very, very young to me. Ideally 17, I do not work with models if they're under that age.
Thank you, Meli. Just following on from that question, sorry, I'll see your hand. I'll come to you in a moment. You personally, you got signed when you were 17, right? Was it 17?
No, I started when I was 19.
Oh, 19. Okay,
Yeah.
so I was just going to ask, just in terms of how was that for you getting signed at the age of 19, and kind of how did your life change at that moment?
So I didn't talk about it, but you know, my mom, when she was young, she went to school in Paris. And she's a very beautiful woman. And at the time, Yves Saint Laurent wanted her to be his muse. And also Jean-Paul Gaultier was interested, and all the big agencies. And her family always said no to her. They always said, no, it's not a nice industry. It's not safe for you to work there, because the industry was not very known. At the time, there was not many black models. You had Naomi Campbell, you had Iman, but it was not very known. So she had amazing opportunities that unfortunately she couldn't follow. She couldn't really realize her dream of working with all these big designers. So growing up, I've always wanted to be a model and to do, I have goosebumps, sorry. To do it for me and to do it for my mom as well.
That's really nice.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional, but so when I went to Canada, I knew inside of me that I would try. I knew it was a bit difficult to do it in Africa, because at the time there was no agencies at all. And inside of me, I had that dream for myself and my mom. So when I went to Canada, after 2 weeks of being there, I was stopped constantly on the street. Oh, you should be a model, but I didn't know where to start. And one day a lady stopped me and she recommended me to go to Next. And when I sang with Next, it was one of my biggest achievements for me and for my mom. So even if I was young, because I've always wanted to do it, I felt ready for it, and I was very excited for it as well.
That's a beautiful story. I'm sure your mum is very proud of all you've achieved so far. There was a lady at the back who had a question. Could we get her a microphone, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Faith, and I'm actually a banker. So you said something about a particular age, when if you want to sign in someone into your agency, you said.
Sorry, can you speak louder? I can't. Or
can
hold the microphone.
Okay, sorry for that. Okay, growing up as a young girl, I love fashion and I love modeling. So during my school days, I used to do runways and work on a runway show and all that. So when I finished school and I came down to Lagos, and I planned joining an agency here in Lagos, and they will tell you you're very good, you're bold, you have all the criteria we need, but your age is a problem. And I feel...
And how old were you?
Then I was 23.
23, okay.
At that time. I'm 33 right now.
You look beautiful and young. Wow, you look 23.
So I feel it kind of discouraged me, because you're good at something, you love something, you want to pursue that kind of career, and they're telling you to old for that kind of age. We can't sign you because of that kind of, you're 26 or you're 25 or 26, and sorry, you're good, but we can't sign you. We need a younger ladies who are like 16, 17, and I felt, to be honest, I was very angry, and I was like, I have everything, I can do something, I'm bold, and have this courage, and they just tell you that, sorry, you're good, but we can't get you. I feel it kind of made me lose passion for it, but along the line, thank God for my mom. She always encouraged me, go for what you know that you have passion for, go for it, just have faith, and I believe one day you'll be able to cross that line. But I feel here in Nigeria, for me, sorry to say, I'm in Nigeria, but I don't think modeling move here, because I was telling my mom, if I would have stayed back in Paris, I feel I would have been able to pursue this career of mine. But me coming back to Nigeria, staying in Lagos, it just killed everything. Like, I got angry and I just lost hope in that. But you saying something when you started, I love your boldness about you love something, you have to keep going, trying, and when it comes, like you being rejected for like 4 times and you kept going. I really love that, and I just feel so. What kind of advice would you give to someone like me? Like, okay, I love fashion and all that, but because of my age, I can't be signing to an agency. What do you think I should do?
I didn't get the question at the end.
Okay, I said, okay, for you,
yes,
what kind of advice are you going to give to someone like me because of my age?
Yes.
And they said, okay, they can't sign me into an agency because I'm a little bit more older, but you're good at something, but we can't sign you. What would you do? Thank you.
So you want advice? You're saying what advice would she give, right? Okay.
What advice I would give you?
Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
somebody who's been told they're too old to do what they want to do.
There is first something that I want to say about what you said about the age. You know, when agencies talk about the age, it's because to develop a model, it takes a long time. You know, when you start your career, you need, like Luc Mon, for example, is still on the developing phase. You need to meet photographers. You're going to take a first picture, a second one, and then you get more and more comfortable in front of the camera. The pictures are stronger and stronger. You start working with one client, and then another one, and then another one, and then, so it takes like around, I would say minimum 1 year, 1 to 2 years to really develop the model. So, unfortunately, you know, the modeling industry, like the career of a model is quite short because it's based on the way you look, you know. So, agencies always prefer, like, they would say, I would say the ideal age for them is between, like, I would say 17, 18 to like 23, 24, because they know it takes time to develop the model. And by the time the model is developed, they want to make sure the model still looks young for, you know, the campaigns and everything. So that's why there is that. But at the same time, there are exceptions. You know, when I was in Canada, I remember at the time when I was still, you know, like starting my career, with my agency, there is a supermodel called Yasmin Warsam, and I've been told that she started when she was 29 and pregnant. So as you can see, there are exceptions. There are models who start a bit older. It all depends on your look and how strong you look and how cool you look. And if agencies really believe in you, they will push you no matter your age. But around, it's like that age is like the height. There are exceptions as well. You have like, today you have petite models, you have plus size models. It's getting more and more inclusive. And it's the same with the age. I explained to you the reason why they go for the younger models, but there are exceptions. And today, the industry is getting more and more inclusive as well. Now, when it comes to you, if your passion still is modeling, I would suggest you keep pushing. If you believe in yourself, I don't really know the Nigerian market much, but I'm sure you guys have lots of clients, lots of agencies. They don't always, the clients, I think, don't always book younger models. I'm sure there is like a range for every type, you know, older, more mature. So I would say just keep pushing. You know, if you really believe in yourself, keep pushing. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it was just not meant to be. But if it does work, at least you deserve it. You know, to me, the way I think is that I'm going to give my 100%, and if it doesn't work out, at least I gave it. You know, so if you're in Lagos, you believe in your potential to become a model, go to castings, meet clients, do the best that you can give, and at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, at least you gave your 100%. Okay? You're welcome.
Thank you, Meli. Okay, we have a question at the back there. Sorry, I'll come to you. Can we get a microphone? Thank you.
My name is Dalex. I want to ask a question. I'm an artist, and I own a modeling agency called Wearable Management. And when I discovered the agency, people were asking me like, why weird? Why weird? I think people, especially in Nigeria, people don't like people who are weird. I think it has affected the modeling agency. I think it has affected the fashion industry. So what advice do you have for people who are fighting hard to change the narrative about fashion?
I missed part of what advice would I give to
people who are fighting hard to change the narrative about fashion? Is that correct?
But what's the narrative? I didn't get the beginning. Sorry.
I said, what advice do you have for people who are fighting so hard to change how you dress, how fashion is meant to be, how to break stereotype, how to break boundaries?
I would say you have to make a difference.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, in order to be noticed, you have to be different. So your name is Alex, right? Alex, you were saying that you have an agency? So I missed the beginning, so I don't want to answer properly. You do have an agency.
Yes.
And your agency, the profile of your models is not necessarily the profile of the criteria of the industry? Is that what you said?
I said I own an agency which is Weird Model Management. Weird model management.
Cool. You see, that's cool. I think in order to break the boundaries, you need to show that different is cool as well. At the end of the day, if you want to be noticed, you have to be different. So if that is your goal, that's the goal of your agency, try to break through, try to do something with your models. Could be like a cool campaign, something that will catch the interest of others in order for people to be more interested in what you do and believe in your project. I hope I answered your question. Sorry, I didn't really hear properly. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a question at the front from the lady there as well. We'll come there, and we'll come there. Okay, getting quite a few questions now.
Hello. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
My question is, for a beginner, someone that loves modeling but doesn't know how to go about it, what's your advice for how
Sorry,
to
can you
create a
hold your
portfolio?
microphone closer to your mouth so we can hear
sorry.
you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. I said for a beginner, what's your advice to create a portfolio, a model portfolio for a beginner? Someone that is just interested in it. What are your advice for maybe how to position their faces?
Okay, I see.
Tips for a portfolio, to create a portfolio, a modeling portfolio.
So for the portfolio, it's very important in the book when the model, there is like the styling needs to be different. It needs to be a mix of beauty and fashion. Like basically the portfolio needs to be strong and very diverse so that tomorrow when you go to a casting or you meet a client, the client gets to see the versatility of the model, okay? So if you are the model and you're working on your book, make sure that when you work with photographers, first it's different photographers because each photographer has their own style, okay? Second is different styling. Could be like rock today, could be like romantic tomorrow, could be a fashion editorial in the nature, could be something in studio, could be beauty with red lips, or could be like it needs to show the diversity, the versatility of the model. So I would suggest that you come up with like different ideas with the teams that you work with in order to get like different results, in order to show your versatility. Today you may have the afro, tomorrow you're gonna have like, I don't know, braids or your hair pulled in the back, red lipstick, try to show what you can bring so that tomorrow when you go to a casting, the client is like, oh wow, this is amazing, but this is amazing too. I love you in this hair. I also love you with that makeup, So it's important to diversify your portfolio. You're welcome.
Thank you. It's a very good answer. There was a question here in the front, please. Thank you.
Hello, Tiako.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You're very beautiful, I must say.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I have two questions. The first is, what would be your advice, or should I call it a guide, to someone who is willing to be a face model but not not modeling for clothes, for brands.
So basically, a commercial model versus a runway model?
Exactly.
Okay.
So what would be your advice? Like, how does one go about that?
So I would like to say something first. Like, you know, usually with agencies, I noticed in Africa in general, they always make a difference. She's a model and she's a runway model. She's a commercial model and a runway model. But in general, agencies, when they sign a model, they want a model who can do everything. And I will be honest with you, you know, runway doesn't pay much. Commercial is what pays more. And runway is, how to say that? It's not all year long. It's periodical, during fashion week only. So the remaining of the time, the model needs to be doing something else. So if you do runway, you will be doing the fashion weeks. It's very good because it builds up your name, and then people get to know you better because it gives you more visibility, more exposure, and then the agency can negotiate more money for the remaining of the year when you do more commercial work, like beauty and lingerie and whatever you do. So ideally, agencies prefer a model who can do both, so that depending on the time of the year, they can push you more for runway or more for beauty. Now, if you are here and you're based in Lagos, are you a model here?
No, I'm not a model.
No? You would like advice just how to be either a good commercial model or a good runway model?
Exactly.
So I would say to be a good commercial model, commercial and runway are two different things. Of course, we get to learn everything when we are in Europe or in America because we get to do both. But I would give you advice for those two different fields. To be a good commercial model, it's very important to take good care of your skin because commercial is all about beauty. You know, so you have to make sure you have a good skin, take care of your hair, take care of your nails as well. You have to be comfortable with the camera, know how to flirt with the camera, smiling, showing your different angles, you know your angles, play with your angles, and take good care of yourself. When it comes to runway, it's all about the confidence, the attitude as well. Your walk needs to be rememberable. Like when you walk on the runway, you're gonna see that the Joan Smalls or Adut or all these models, we remember them by the walk. You know, so you have to walk with confidence. With your attitude needs to be strong as well. You know, so it's two different things. To me, it's not really two different things because everything is related, as I told you. But to answer your questions, to be a good commercial model, I would say it's all about the eyes as well. Like, you know, when you look at the camera, you need to be inviting. Because at the end of the day, you're selling a product and you want people to buy. So, you know, for example, when I do beauty campaigns and stuff like this, the way I look at the camera needs to be like, you need to be flirting. You can be more sexy or more like strong or more like young and innocent, you know. And so play with different expressions, know your angles, learn how to pose in front of a mirror, you know, and take good care of your hair, your skin, and your nails. When it comes to runway, it's all about the walk, a very strong, confident walk. Did I answer your question, or I went a bit everywhere?
It's fine.
It's fine? Are you sure?
Yeah, I am.
And you had the second question?
Yeah, the second question, I think you answered it a bit in the first, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The second question is, are scars at any time impeding factors to modeling?
Scars and?
Scars, like scars on your skin. Are they impeding factors to modeling, whether in commercial or the runway?
I would say that today it's cool. Today, if you look a bit at the campaigns, they want somebody who's different. They want somebody who's cool. So a scar makes your difference. It makes your unicity. It makes you different, makes you cooler. So I don't think it's a problem. You know, look at Winnie Arlo. She has vitiligo, and people love her for that because she's different. You know, I think it's a really cool thing.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your questions. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, there's a question on the side there. I'll come to you guys. To this gentleman here first. He's had his hand up for a while.
My name is Olanrewaju. I'm a cinematographer. I'm sorry. I want you to address, Nigeria model with the, I don't want to lose my, I don't want to lose my flat tummy, and they want to marry. They want to get married. And we two guys of Nigeria, for me to say I want to marry, probably I'm ready to have a kid, Okay, sorry if I'm not mistaken. You say you have 5 kids, right?
I don't have any kids at all.
When
I,
did she say
I
this?
I call my models my kids because they're like my younger. They're younger than my younger siblings. So I call them my kids because they're my babies. I take care of them, but I don't have children. Hopefully soon, though.
Okay, sorry, can you give us your social media handle?
Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Can you give us your social media handle? Your social media
Her social media handle. It's your name, right? Your social media handle.
Oh, my social media. So it's Meli, my first name, Tiako, my last name, _ So MELIE _ TIACOH. Meli Tiako.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a question. Whoever can get the microphone. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, guys. You can keep the questions coming. We've got a few minutes left, so, okay.
Hi, guys. My name is Wesley. Hi, Tiako.
Nice to meet you.
Is it compulsory or is it mandatory for runway models to keep beards, their beards, or is it mandatory for them to like take it off?
Are you asking, sorry, I'm just going to repeat to make sure I got you. If for male models it's better to keep their beard or to shave it off?
Yeah.
So it depends on the model, you know. I would say that when you sign with an agency, the agency would say, what's the best look for you? If they think it would be cooler to have a beard or not to have one. Everybody is different, depends on your look. And I cannot give you the advice because I think once you start working, they will tell you what's best for you, what maybe is going to get you more jobs. It depends on the person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take one more question because we are running out of time. Sorry. Can we go to the... Okay. I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
All right. Greetings.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Too White. I'm a model.
Yes.
I've been rejected in many casting because I'm not up to 6 feet. So what's your advice for someone like me? I know there are people like me too, who is passionate about modeling. I have the courage, I have the look, I have the confidence, but then because of my height, I get rejected in casting. What's your advice for me? And also, for someone like me, what are the opportunities that are available for me outside Nigeria, like internationally?
So again, you know, the reason why the height maybe is maybe a problem for you is, as I explained to you, of the clothes. You know, the model needs to fit the clothes, otherwise it's too much work for the designers to adjust the clothes. So that may be the reason. So if you don't meet the height criteria, I would suggest you go more into commercial stuff. You know, like the fashion industry is broad. Not everything revolves around runway. Could be beauty, could be hair. You have cool hair. You know, it could be something else. So try to see what you have that people would love to see. You know, so if it's not the height, that's too bad. But what else do you have? You know, I think you could do commercial, because if it's not runway, it could be commercial. Commercial is about the face. It's not about the height. You know, so try to see. And also, maybe here in Nigeria, there are like fashion shows for different heights. I don't know how to say that, but where they're more inclusive about people, where it's not necessarily about the height, it's about maybe your look and your, you know, who you are. I think you have a cool look. You could be different on the runway. So try to look for opportunities like this in Lagos, where they're more open to diversity. And when it comes to you, your profile, I would say try to look more into commercial, you know, because you have cool hair, for example. That's what I notice when I see you, you know. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so Meli, do you have any final words to say to everybody?
I wanted to say thank you, guys. I feel very, very honored to be here. Honestly, I'm very grateful to be here. And I'm very happy for you to have come here to listen to me. I feel very grateful and honored for that as well. I hope I answered most of your questions. I know that some of you had questions that couldn't be answered, but I hope that I was able to answer most of your questions. And I would say, I don't know if all of you are interested in modeling, or it may be something else, but whatever it is that you do, always believe in yourself and don't take a no personal. You know, throughout my career, I've had so many no's, but also so many yeses. It's important to keep believing in yourself and to keep pushing again. And even if I repeat myself, I will say it again. push and push until you get what you want. And if it doesn't work, at least you gave your 100%. You know, at least you don't have any regrets, you know. And always believe in yourself. And remember that everybody is always going to have an opinion. So don't take somebody's opinion personally, you know. Don't let that affect you to the point where you lose your confidence. Keep pushing, keep working really hard in order to get what you want. And if you don't, that's fine. At least you tried. And thank you so much for coming here and listening to me. I feel very honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Meli, for coming to speak to us. Just to say that we are very, very glad and honored that you came to grace this stage. You have had a phenomenal career so far.
Thank you.
Doing what you do with modeling, and the fact that you have taken it upon yourself to make a difference with the Hunt agency, you know, to want to make sure that African diversity is seen globally around the world. It is an amazing thing. So thank you
so much,
for
Agnes.
doing that.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for your questions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I think we can do better with a round of applauses for Meli and Agnes. That was really wonderful, really immersive. I'm sure that we all learned a lot. Pictures, yeah, photographs, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so that brings us to the end of our third masterclass. I like that the conversation on inclusion is ongoing. Clearly, there's still a lot more that can be done in that space. But I guess, you know, it's just to encourage agencies to consider, you know, a little more inclusion, widening the net, really, so that everyone can have an opportunity to be either commercial or runway model. All right. We are going to take a break before we have our fourth masterclass. For those who are interested, you can just remain on your seat. That masterclass will be by Amanda Costco, and it will look at the future of fashion. So for those of you who you know, have interest in technology and are tech enthusiasts, and you're thinking about stuff like NFTs and all of that, you know, fancy tech stuff, and how that collides with the world of fashion, you don't want to miss the next masterclass. All right, that will start at 4 p.m. But if you don't want to attend the next masterclass, you have about 10 minutes to leave. Remember, we have a couple of stalls outside to my right, which is your left. If you just look outside the window, there's some stalls and some vendors there. So if you're interested in still going around the exhibition area, ensure that you also check out the stalls that we have outside. All right, so we're going to take a photograph. Great work, great work. After that, no,
Tiako. And moving on to our next masterclass, which will begin at 4 p.m. Make sure that you are in line already for this masterclass because it is going to be big.
Yes, because it is the future of fashion, the intersection of fashion and technology by Amanda Costco. That is our next masterclass at exactly 4 p.m. All the masterclasses start at the top of the hour. So don't say, oh, I'm going to be like 5 minutes late because it's Nigerian time. No, the masterclass is starting at the top of the hour. So the next masterclass is by 4 p.m. on the dot by Amanda Costco. The future of fashion.
Fashion weekend, always a good idea.
Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
It's the Taicoh Fashion Weekend. All right, yes, the masterclasses are ongoing. The one with Meli Tiako just rounded up, and we're going to be having another one with Amanda Costco talking about the future of fashion. But that's going to be happening in about 10 minutes. So I said, you know what, come over, come and take this ride with me as I'm going around. Of course, the environment is just bubbly, okay? It's bubbly, it's fun, there's so much pretty stuff. I'm always so happy to be surrounded by beauty, and I must tell you, I'm having an overdose of it today. I have walked around, I promise you, like my feet should be killing me right now, but the excitement is just too overwhelming. I can't even complain. Ooh, so I love this stand, and this is All Simple Fashion. Hi! How are you doing? So tell us about the brand.
Okay. It's a ready-to-wear brand for women. We are based in Lagos. We make the best pieces. We do adire. We do. Okay, speak to Mara. She does better.
Hi. How are you? So please tell us about the brand. I mean, it's so beautiful, but like, walk us through.
So we're a ready-to-wear brand for females only at the moment, and we use indigenous products, fabrics and things, and we have an array of two pieces, long dresses, short dresses, kaftans, you know, a different variety of different things, basically. Colorful prints, plain prints, colorful outfits. That is you up there. Yes, it is.
But hey, come on, I mean, Taicoh Fashion Weekend, is this your first time?
Yes, actually, yes. My first time showing, yes.
All right, so how are you finding it? You know, what's the response like?
The response has been good so far. The turnout isn't as I expected, but I'm guessing it's just 4 o'clock. I'm guessing people will come later in the evening, but it's been good so far.
I love that for you. I hope you're having a blast, though.
I am, thank you.
All right, it was nice talking to you here. So, I mean, you can hear it from people. The energy is giving, okay? And I love that so much. I had so much fun talking with that vendor. We're going to be, you know, having 1 or 2 more conversations with more of our vendors. Ooh, I like how this looks. Hello. Ooh, everything is so pretty. What is the name of this brand? Let me see. But please, so I don't mess the pronunciation up, please. I'd like for you to pronounce it for me. So how is it pronounced? Okay, good. I wouldn't have messed it up, I promise. So please tell us about the brand.
Okay, well, Ame Couture is basically about leather and skin. As you can see, we use pure leather. We have snake skin, we have croc, we have lizard, and we have the there's a skin I'm trying to remember, ostrich skin. Yes. Which is why quite very exclusive because we don't see them everywhere. And then we have them in all sizes, in different price range. Yeah. From as low as 25, you can get a piece. Okay. Basically, we just try to make people look good.
I can see that definitely looks good. So I mean, Taicoh Fashion Weekend How are you finding it?
It's been great as usual because we've always done this. This is not our first, second, or third time, so we've always been here, and it's always a wonderful experience.
Is this your first time here?
No, we've actually been in all the fashion.
Every single one. Okay, so she needs an honorary badge because she's always here. I love that. So how is it going today?
Very well. It's really good. You see people come and they're carrying our bag. Oh, we bought it the other time.
Oh, wow. That is amazing. Thank you so much. Have a blast. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we're at Elegant Strings. Hi. Hi. Hello, how are you? So please tell us about the brand, because I'm seeing underwear and I'm seeing some very risque stuff. So walk us through.
Okay, it's a one-stop shop where we sell varieties like nightwears, lingerie, beachwear, sex toys, and all bedroom accessories. So that's what we do.
So what would you say? What has it been for you like today?
It's been fun. It's actually been fun, and we've been actually making sales, and it's all good.
You have a smile on your face. But I mean, is this your first time here?
Yes, she's.
And you say you're doing well for a first time.
Yeah, very sure.
I love that. Have a blast. It was wonderful talking to you. All right, guys. So I'm just hello. Hi. Hi. Please. So this is Siga, and Siga is definitely utility and workout wear, I'm guessing. Okay, love that, love that. So walk us through, give us a background of the brand.
We started in 2019
Okay.
as a sportswear brand, and so far we've actually grown into full-time at leisure.
Okay.
So this is a fusion between active, athletic, and leisure, but still keeping in the active lifestyle, So actually offer men and women outfits for now.
Okay.
I'm still looking into doing like the kids and other gears like headwears, like footwears and things like that. So we're growing, and then we love this opportunity, and then we continue to
So
grow.
you would say GT Bank Fashion Weekend is going pretty great for you?
Of course it is. First, the exposure, and then also how we get to get some contacts. I've met some people here who didn't just buy, but they also want us to create some custom outfit for them.
Oh, so you do that, you provide okay.
Of course, for brands, teams, and things like that. So we've gotten that contacts here, and that's actually an amazing thing for us.
All right, wonderful.
It's been very, very long time.
No, that's fine. So would this be your first time here?
No, we actually attended in 2019 also.
2019, so the same year you launched, you were here.
Yes. So
I mean, if you're back in 2022, then it's safe to say that, it's been going pretty well.
Of course, we're going places.
All right, thank you so much. Have a blast today. Ooh, I am having fun just talking to everybody. There's so many different kinds of brands. You tend to find out so many different things about all the different brands. But I think one of the things I love the most is how most of the brands here are very indigenous. Now, you know what? We're going to be moving things over to the masterclass, as I said, with Amanda Costco, talking about the future of fashion.
with tech, with art, with music, all of that. Fashion brings everything together. And during this next masterclass, for those of you who are excited to see the possibilities of technology in the fashion space, that's something that you need to pay attention to and to listen to Amanda for. All right, so very shortly we're going to welcome Amanda, welcome her moderator. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to give Guaranteed Trust Bank and GTCO a resounding round of applause. No, you can do better. You can do better with that round of applause. This is a huge, huge investment that GTCO puts together every year and spends a lot of money to bring all of us together to have this conversation, but to also spur the growth in our fashion industry here in Nigeria and by extension, the continent. And I think that it's a really great sacrifice that they make to make this happen. So one more time, we thank Guaranteed Trust Bank, GTCO, for putting all of this together. All right, I think without further ado, I'm just going to welcome Amanda. Let me tell you a bit more about her. But can we just give Amanda a thunderous welcome, our Lagos welcome. Let her feel the love. Let her feel the love. I can see her smiling, so that's good. Now, Amanda Costco, as I said earlier, one part geek, other part chic, is a leading voice at the intersection of fashion and technology. Costco's work and research on digital culture, wearable technology, smart fashion, and spatial computing has had her recognized as a top woman in wearable technology and fashion technology, as well as a key thinker on the future of fashion. She's most notably known for Electric Runway, which is her multimedia project with an ongoing mission to discover and document how digital technology is transforming the $2.4 trillion fashion industry. So I will personally be taking notes during this masterclass because I have a lot of interest myself in wearable technology and all of that exciting stuff. So Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, give a loud welcome for Amanda Costco. You can do better. You can do better. You're very welcome, Amanda.
Hi, everyone. So I prepared a presentation today. If I could get the AV team to kindly...
All right, Amanda, forgive me. I left out your moderator, and yes, I should be held responsible for that. All right, so to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to, and her name is loading now, this lovely lady. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for her, please. Somi Wandu. Somi, forgive me. That was my omission. All right, so I'm going to leave you guys now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having us. Give a round of applause for yourselves for being here. Thank you so much for being here. He's already done a good job of introducing Amanda. Amanda is a fashion and tech extraordinaire. But before we get started, I'm just going to ask her how it all began. You know, what's your origin story? When did you first discover your love for fashion and for tech?
Yeah, so I actually grew up in the fashion industry. My grandfather was a tailor. My grandmother was a seamstress. They met in the Tip Top Tailor building in Toronto, which is a manufacturing building. It's now luxury condos, but it was a manufacturing building back in Toronto's heyday. And they had their own men's clothing store. So I grew up in the fashion industry. I never was trying to work in the fashion industry. I studied journalism. And my first big story as a journalist was actually on this cyborg. He was a self-identified cyborg. And what I mean by that is that he had an antenna osseointegrated into his head, so that means attached to the bone. And he used this antenna so that he could hear color. It sounds like super futuristic.
That sounds so interesting.
But it's true. His name's Neil Harbison. And I wrote a story on him, and I was so fascinated about how he was actually changing his body with technology. And so meeting him and hearing his story made me think we're all becoming cyborgs. And so that relationship really put into focus for me the relationship between fashion and technology, and I wanted to explore that more.
That's amazing. That's really amazing. I'm really, really excited for everyone to see your presentation and for you to walk us through your journey between fashion, the intersection between fashion and tech for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you, everybody, for being here today, for me to continue my speaking and reporting on the intersection of fashion and technology. If you could advance the slide, please. So for those who don't know me, my name is Amanda. I'm a multimedia journalist focused on technology and culture. You may have seen my work in the Toronto Star, the Globe and Mail, TVO, and Adweek, to name a few. Do we have the slide? Next slide. Thank you. And you can go to the next one as well. So I'm also an entrepreneur and the founder of Electric Runway. Electric Runway researches and reports on how technology is transforming the $3 trillion fashion industry around the world. And on the business-to-business side, we work with the most innovative companies on their runway to success. Through Electric Runway, I've had the opportunity to report from every stage of the fashion supply chain. Next slide, please. From garment factories in Bangladesh. Next slide, please. To front row at New York Fashion Week. And more recently, I've had the opportunity to report from inside the metaverse. This is a picture of my avatar inside the world's first conference held entirely in virtual reality. Of course, I had to dress myself in Electric Runway colors, and in the metaverse, we're not constrained by the limitations of reality, so if I wanted to show up with purple skin, I could. I'd like to return for a moment to the fashion moment that was referenced in the opening of my presentation. If you could go to the next slide and play the video.
This show was inspired by the arts and crafts movement, and it ended with the model Shalom Harlow rotating on a turntable, wearing a white dress, being spray painted by two industrial robots. Shalom Harlow trained as a ballerina. It's often said that the inspiration behind the collection was The Dying Swan, but in actual fact the inspiration came from an installation by the artist Rebecca Horn of two machine guns firing paint at each other.
Before we play the next one, I just want to... Oh. So that video that you saw was from Alexander McQueen's 1999 show. And I think that it's become such an iconic moment in fashion history for two reasons. Number one, because it was so technically cool. I mean, you had the model rotating with the robots and the boldness of the colors and the paint being sprayed onto her dress. But also, I think it tells us so much about our relationship with technology. For McQueen, he was expressing a kind of anxiety towards technology. The spray is kind of violent. The model is distressed, being closed in on. She's kind of being overtaken by technology. The mood is tense, and the narrator of the video suggests there's a kind of death happening here. I'd like to contrast this with a more recent clip from Paris Fashion Week. If you could play the next clip, please. happening in that clip, this is the model Bella Hadid, and she's being sprayed with a fiber that's becoming firm on her body in the moment. I think the second clip has a very different mood. Yes, there's certainly suspense, but to me, it's not a story of death. It's a story of creation. So two very similar moments in fashion history, but two very different depictions of technology. Here, we can see that technology, guided by the hands of humans, can be beautiful, and dare I say, even transformative. Can I get the next slide, please? So today I want to talk about the 7 key technologies transforming the future of fashion. We're going to go through all of them, so hang on to your seats. And it's not that these are the only technologies, it's that these are the ones that I think are most important. So we'll go to the next slide. We'll start with one that is super simple and something that everyone probably brought here with them today, and that's the smartphone. Next slide, please. So we can't underestimate the importance of the smartphone on the fashion industry, not to mention the rest of humanity. When the history books are written about our generation, I know that the smartphone and its killer apps, social media, will be the defining technology of our time, just as radio and television were for previous generations. When it comes to how the smartphone first changed fashion, I want to show you 2 pictures, and one is here already. So this is an image from the first ever Fashion Week in New York in 1943. Now, of course, there were runway shows before, but this was the first ever official Fashion Week. And it was actually called Fashion Press Week, and that's important. Why? Because the purpose of a Fashion Week was for the press. The press would come, they would take photos of the clothes on the runway, then the clothes would be shared out in editorial, magazines and newspapers, and then they would end up in stores, and that's how people would buy them. These people that created these runway shows became the fashion elite and formed an inner circle of the fashion industry. And in doing so, they became sort of gatekeepers. The industry relied on this very intimate relationship between fashion and the fashion press in order to function. Now, fast forward 70 years. Let's show the next slide. This is an image from Tommy Hilfiger's 2016 show in collaboration with Gigi Hadid. What's the first thing you notice? I mean, aside from the fact that Gigi looks awesome, it's the smartphones, right? Let me ask you, who is the media in this picture? Of course, there was probably an official media pit and an official photographer. But the truth here is that everybody is capturing and sharing. A smartphone can take an image from a look from a runway in New York or Paris or Milan and share it all the way around the world in the matter of seconds. And this has impacted the speed at which fashion happens. This has had major social and economic implications. Let's go to the next slide. So from a social perspective, we have more access to what's being shown on the runway straight away. The smartphone has caused an acceleration of trends and eradication of traditional industry gatekeepers. And this has completely disrupted the way that fashion as a business is done. Next slide, please. So if Fashion Week was once the center of the fashion industry, today, the smartphone is the center of the fashion industry. We used to rely on magazines and newspapers to provide us style inspiration, but now we go to TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat. Unlike TV and radio, which were one-way communication tools, social media is a two-way communication tool. It allows us to both consume and share information. And essentially what this means is that individuals have the same publishing power as brands. An example here, Amy Song. She has 6.8 million followers. That's more than double the population of Toronto, Canada, where I'm from. Amy has her own brand of clothing, and she's been included in countless catwalks around the world, despite the fact that she's short, which is not something you typically see in a model, and the fact that she's Asian, which is a group that is significantly underrepresented in fashion. The next slide, please. Because smartphones are now ubiquitous, live streaming and real-time sharing have become the norm at Fashion Week. And trends are being generated everywhere. Have you seen these leggings from TikTok before? Everybody had them. Everybody was talking about them. Another example is from the food industry. You can't see the video, but this is a recipe of what's become known as the TikTok pasta. It's a pasta recipe that became so popular on TikTok that countries like Finland ran out of feta cheese. Next slide, please. And when influencers like Kim Kardashian have the same power as publications like Vogue, they're able to create entirely new revenue models. So Kim Kardashian's first contour kits sold out in a matter of 2 hours and generated $300,000 in sales, or sorry, $100 million in sales. Her younger half-sister Kylie is worth $1 billion because of Kylie Cosmetics. Let's go to the next slide. But since consumers are more connected than ever, they also see trends faster and more often, which leads to what's called product fatigue. Product fatigue is essentially this idea that by the time you see something in a store, it's already old. You've seen it already on influencers. You've seen it on the runway. You've seen thousands of images of it, but by the time it gets to the stores, you feel like it's old already. So this has led to even faster fashion. So once upon a time, there were 2 fashion seasons, spring, summer, and fall, winter. Today, retailers like Zara release new collections in weeks, and in the case of Shein, even days. Let's go to the next slide. So I think Scott Galloway put it perfectly when he said, social media is the laxative of the fashion system. Next slide, please. So now runway shows are made with the smartphone in mind. They're not just for the elite few, they're for everybody. So the smartphone has completely democratized fashion. I think it's interesting that Tommy Hilfiger, in his recent runway show in New York, had a complete ode to Andy Warhol. He was celebrating Andy Warhol, who famously once said, in the future, everyone will have their 15 minutes of fame. Let's skip ahead. So this has led to a lot of retailers doing what we call see now, buy now, which is the idea that you see something on the runway, you can buy it right away. You do not have to wait for the next season to purchase it. And we'll go to the next slide. The great thing about the smartphone is that it keeps advancing, and as the smartphone continues to advance, there's more ways that the fashion industry applies it. For example, in 2020, Apple introduced LiDAR, which is a technology that you can use to scan and map your environment using laser beams. The inclusion of LiDAR on smartphones has led to a crop of startups that are trying to solve the problem of fit with LiDAR technology, since you can take a scan of your body and then better understand your size. Next slide, please. So a great example of this is Rihanna herself, who's invested in a technology called FitMatch. FitMatch is a Florida-based startup that is already being deployed in Savage Fenty stores across the US, and it allows you to scan a customer's body so that you can recommend a garment or an undergarment based on shape rather than size. We'll go to the next slide. This is a company I really like to talk about. They're called Unspun. They're a denim company that uses the LiDAR scanner to make custom jeans tailored to your body ahead of time. So rather than producing things en masse and then hoping that they sell, these are made to order, which reduces fashion waste. Next slide. What's amazing about the rate at which technology is progressing is that these tools are becoming so accessible for fashion entrepreneurs. So Shopify has just introduced Your Fit by 3D Look, which allows you to take 2 pictures of your customer or have your customer take 2 pictures, and then you can get a size recommended based on that. So let's move to the next slide. The smartphone is a nice gateway to talking about the second technology that I want to talk about today, which is the Internet of Things. So if the smartphone was us carrying around the internet in our pockets, then the Internet of Things is us extending the internet to everyday objects around us, from our speakers to our cars to our everything. If you want to go to the next slide. So thanks to innovations like Bluetooth and connecting technologies like 5G, in the early part of the 2010s, we were obsessed with connecting things to the internet. Speakers, cars, doorbells, toilets, water bottles. Everyone was obsessed with the Internet of Things. And eventually it became clear that we didn't want to just connect objects to the internet, we wanted to connect ourselves to the internet. If you can go to the next slide. So 6 to 7 years ago, in 2014 and 2015, if you can remember, wearable technology was all the rage. Diane von Furstenberg was sending models down the runway in Google Glass. Fitbit partnered with Public School on a runway collaboration, and Intel was sponsoring New York Fashion Week. Around this time, I was asked to curate a wearable technology runway show for the Maker Festival in Toronto, and I want to play you a quick video of that. Next slide.
What are we becoming? No phenomenon provides a better metaphor for our deepening intimacy with digital technology than wearable tech. That is, technologies worn on, near, or inside the body. Technology is no longer something we simply hold onto or put in our purse or pocket. It's something we wear on our body. It's something that touches our skin. While mainstream wearable technology today focuses on the wrist and looks a lot like the jewelry and accessories we're used to, we're already beginning to witness the seamless integration of technology into textiles. Sensors, conductive threads, and microcomputers promise to wake up and connect our clothing in ways never before imagined. The fashions of tomorrow will augment our bodies, extend our senses, and enable us to cross a threshold into a new kind of existence. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Electric Runway.
Awesome, thank you. So in that video, you saw a number of consumer wearables, tech products that are already available on the market today. Can we go to the next slide? So we have Beats by Dre, Apple AirPods, Enlighten Apparel, which is fiber optic wear for raves and festivals. And even Nike Hyper-Adapt self-lacing sneakers, which were once a pipe dream from the movie Back to the Future and became a reality years later. We'll go to the next slide. Perhaps a more practical example of wearable technology is Ministry of Supply's Mercury jacket, which is a heated jacket that temperature controls you based on, you basically set what temperature you want to be at, and it heats you if you're too cold. Probably not a use case for here, but where I'm from in Canada, it's definitely useful. If we can go to the next slide. This is perhaps the most popular example of commercial smart fashion. This is a jacket by Levi's made in partnership with Google. It's called Project Jacquard. There is touch and gesture interactivity woven into the fibers. So you can use your jacket by swiping it like this to lower the volume on your music or to call an Uber, for example. The next slide, please. Here's an example of more conceptual examples that you saw in the video. So for example, on the top left, we have Juliana Bass's color-changing dress. And if you want to go to the next video, we can take a look at what's called the spider dress. Next slide, please. If you could play it, next one. So that's a Dutch designer called Anouk de Pret, and she integrates sensors into her clothing, and the clothing actually reacts depending on how the wearer is feeling. So if the wearer feels safe, then the legs of the spider dress are playful. If the wearer feels threatened, then the spider legs will jut out. It's all about reading the emotion on the body and then having the dress react. On a much more close-to-home level, the Internet of Things is being embedded into everyday objects. Connecting technologies like QR and NFC are being used to give a digital identity from everything from handbags to blouses. On the bottom right, we have a picture from one of my clients, Blue Byte. They partner with companies like eBay to provide authentication for resale products. So you scan the product and it'll let you know whether or not it's authentic. The moral of the story with the Internet of Things is that in the near future, our clothing will be able to tell us its origin story, who made it, how to take care of it, where to resell it when you're done with it, and so on. It's a very exciting future for products. Next slide. So the third technology I want to talk about is automation. And as someone who was mostly a consumer of fashion, I really never thought very much about how my clothing was made. That is until I went to Bangladesh. If you could play the next video, please. Next slide.
Bangladesh is the #2 exporter of ready-made clothing in the world, surpassed only by China. For this rapidly developing economy, the garment industry is the single source of growth and the primary source of foreign exchange earnings. In a country where more than 4 million rely on the garment industry for work, automation is a real threat. Many worry about their jobs being replaced by machines that automate part of the clothes-making process. By one estimate, if automation reaches its potential, countries like Bangladesh will lose more than 80% of their garment, manufacturing, and textile jobs. Some economists have called this a social time bomb. With the impact of technology in mind, I traveled to Bangladesh to get an up-close look at the often unseen side of the fashion industry.
So we just arrived in Abu Dhabi, and we have probably 6 more hours to go, and we'll be in Dhaka.
I'm an expert on a niche called fashion tech. As such, I was invited to the Bangladesh Fashionology Summit, a first-of-its-kind event in Dhaka, to give my thoughts on how I see the future of fashion. The summit gathered speakers from all over the world to share insights on the various ways technology is reshaping the industry. When we say fashion tech in the West, we mean wearables, smart fabrics, or shopping apps and services, since that's our perspective mainly as fashion consumers. In Bangladesh, fashion technology means one thing: automation. Machines that promise to eliminate the human error in the manufacturing process also stand to obliterate human jobs. According to the International Labor Organization, the average Bengali garment worker earns 5,676 takas, or $68 per month, making them among the lowest paid sector workers in Asia. Because the cost of labor is so low, and because fabrics are notoriously flimsy and difficult to handle, oftentimes human workers are less expensive and more capable than machines. But as machines become more sophisticated and readily available, their threat becomes more real. I had the rare opportunity to visit several factories both in Dhaka, the country's capital, and Chittagong, another manufacturing and shipping hub that sits on the Bay of Bengal. What I saw inside the factories wasn't a battle between humans and machines, but humans working with machines. I was taken aback at the scale of these operations and how much manual labor goes into making a single garment like a pair of jeans. As I was traveling as a part of a foreign delegation, I realized my view into the world of manufacturing in Bangladesh was highly curated. But what was clear to me is that those with vested interests want to change how the country and the Made in Bangladesh
Can we go to the next slide? And you know what, you can skip ahead to artificial intelligence, please. So in that video, I did show this Sobo. It's a robot that sews. And when I was in Bangladesh, this gentleman who was there, his name was John, he invented this robot, and they wouldn't let him bring it into the country. They took it from him. That's how threatened they are by automation. So thank you, yeah. So the next technology I want to talk about is artificial intelligence. Let's go to the next slide. This is Sophia the robot. She's a social humanoid that uses AI to process visual data and recognize faces and even imitate human gestures. This is a picture when she was on the cover of Stylist magazine, sure evidence that AI is having a fashion moment. Next slide. When it comes to how artificial intelligence is impacting fashion, I want to introduce you to Stable Diffusion if you haven't heard of it before. This is a latent text-to-image diffusion model that's capable of generating photorealistic image given any text input. So for this image, I input the text, woman, robot, alien, space, and velvet, and these were the images that were developed. What's cool is now we see companies like Stageverse, which are metaverse companies, integrated with Stable Diffusion, so you can use text to generate outfits for your avatar. Can we play the next video? Next one? Yep. Thanks. That's great, thank you. So there's many more examples of how artificial intelligence is being used in fashion, specifically in supply chain management. But for the interest of time, we'll skip ahead to spatial computing. Keep going, next slide. Perfect, thank you. So when we talk about spatial computing, it's really an umbrella term for understanding augmented and virtual reality. So first, let's talk about augmented reality, a technology I'm really excited about. There are many predictions about the future of AR, but the most exciting one that I think is that the AR market is expected to be worth $461 billion by 2021. Let's go ahead and play the next video. My first experience with augmented reality was in the beauty industry, using it to try different hair colors and makeup, which I'm sure you've all seen before. But now it's being integrated into fashion in really exciting ways. Let's go to the next video, the next slide. So what we see is the fashion industry adopting what the beauty industry has already done and including augmented reality for try before you buy. So we'll play the next video. This is a video from Amazon. Awesome.
Snapchat announced this week they're rolling out a new AR experience that enables you to try on and purchase Halloween costumes directly inside the app. You can now try on and buy costumes of characters from Stranger Things, Harry Potter, Squid Game, Ghostbusters, and more. The experience is launched in partnership with the costume company Disguise. This is just another example of how Snap is connecting its augmented reality try-on with online commerce. If you want to try it out for yourself, open Snap and search Disguise costumes. Snap?
Thank you. So the idea is that you can use augmented reality to see something on your body in real time on your live video. And I think that this opens up enormous opportunity for the fantasy of fashion. If you want to play the next video. So I was wearing a beige sweater here, and it's using augmented reality to bring a pattern to life. Next video.
I ain't gonna cry too long. I'm back on my drip. Drip my drip, my drip. Right back on my drip. Yeah. I ain't gonna cry too long. I'm back on my drip. Drip my drip, my drip.
Thank you. So in this next video, actually, if you want to go ahead and play it.
Maybe I'm a gangster too. Maybe I'm a gangster.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames.
Thank you. So augmented reality is adding a new layer to fashion, so it can be completely fantastical. It's not constrained by the limitations of reality. And this is actually leading to what's called phygital fashion, so fashion that is both physical and digital. The next two videos are videos of me wearing a t-shirt that was sent to me, and the t-shirt had a QR code on it. The QR code, once scanned with your mobile phone, unlocked this augmented reality experience. You can play the video.
Stuck in a cycle, walking in circles. Not gonna fight you, don't wanna hurt you. Just want you to see what you could be. Yeah. Em đêm nay ngon và căng cực. I'm a
xăng chành cùng đi ăn mực. Áo bao căng tròn ở vùng ngực. Làm mấy đấy mày phải uống nước ực. Giờ biết làm gì hay cũng nóng rồi. Rượu cũng đã uống cũng đã nhắm môi.
Time to get paid, blow. Time to get paid. Time to get paid, blow up like I'm blowing up like you thought I would. I'm blowing. Time to get paid, blow.
And if we could skip ahead to Web3, I wanted to talk about virtual reality. If you have any questions about virtual reality, you can come find me after. So, if the Internet of Things was about bringing everyday objects to life with digital technology, then Web3 is about ascribing value to digital items in a way that we've never seen before. Next slide, please. And the reason that I use the word Web3 and not the metaverse is because the metaverse has kind of been tainted by Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, and it's become so closely associated that I hesitate to use the word the metaverse. But if you want to skip ahead to the next one, from a fashion perspective, I've had the opportunity to participate in many metaverses, including the Circular Fashion Summit, which I mentioned earlier. This was a first-of-its-kind conference held entirely in VR. And if you want to skip ahead to the next slide, there's 2 videos from other metaverses that I've had the opportunity to participate in as well, fashion metaverses.
Come check this.
So this was Decentraland Fashion Week.
Come check this.
And the next video, if we have it. Oh, that's okay, we don't have it, that's fine. So, I just want to show the next slide, actually. Oh, okay, this is fine. So this is Hanifa Mavemba. She's a Congolese designer that actually brought her garments to life using 3D technology. And when her runway show was canceled at New York Fashion Week, she put this on Instagram and went viral. So it just goes to show you that there's ways that designers can leverage new technology to gain attention that they would otherwise never have before. Next slide. But it wasn't just Hanifa that was understanding the power of digital fashion. Artifact, oh, let's go ahead. One slide. One more. One more. Thank you. So this is a picture of Elon Musk wearing sneakers that don't exist. These are called the cyber sneakers. And what happened was a company called Artifact made these sneakers. They photoshopped them onto Elon Musk's feet, and then they tweeted it out. And then Elon Musk retweeted it, and then all of a sudden everybody was asking, where do I get these sneakers? The sneakers are inspired by the Cybertruck, the Tesla Cybertruck. And eventually the sneakers were sold as an NFT. If you want to go ahead and skip to the next slide. One more. What's interesting is that Nike ended up acquiring that company, Artifact, and Nike is now the leader in metaverse sales, selling digital items worth $185 million. On the next slide, please. So we actually saw this later on in Roblox when Gucci partnered with the gaming platform to create Gucci Garden. This is actually a replica of a real-life exhibit that was going on in Florence. Basically, what ended up happening, if you want to go to the next slide, a Gucci bag sold for more, the digital version of it sold for more than the real thing. So this Gucci bag was sold for $5,000 in real life, and it doesn't actually exist. So designers are finding ways to generate money from digital items. If you want to go to the next slide. A recent study conducted by Parsons School of Design and Roblox interviewed 1,000 Gen Z users and found that 2 in 5 Gen Zers say that they prefer that their avatar be more stylish than their actual self. So digital identity, which in Web 2 was represented by our social media handles, our Instagram, is now coming to be represented by our avatars. We'll go to the next slide. These are just some examples of avatars that you can create in Snap and on Facebook. Next slide. And this is a company that's entirely dedicated to creating avatars. Next one. It's called Genies. They've raised $267 million to create the avatar ecosystem of the future. Next slide. Recently, we saw Fortnite collaborate with Ralph Lauren to create a phygital fashion collection that's available both in Fortnite and in real life.
Let's go to the next slide, and if you could play the video. So what's interesting to me is when you take the principles of gaming and you apply them to e-commerce. This is a company called BODS, and they actually scan your body and use a heat map to show where an item is going to be too fit or too loose. Let's go on to the next one. So the last technology that I want to talk about before taking questions is biotechnology. This is the idea of growing our clothing rather than buying it. So next slide. We know that there is a huge environmental impact to the fashion industry. And biotechnology has the potential to change the future of fashion. If we want to go forward 2 slides, one and then the next. That's great, thank you. So that's an example of a material called Zoa. It's made from, it's a leather that's made from, it's grown essentially. What we found with synthetic leathers is that they're often not very durable and they take forever to decompose. They're really bad for the environment. Bolt Threads is an example of a company that's studying spiders to create a new kind of silk. We'll go to the next slide. Stella McCartney is using mushrooms to create leather. Next slide. Salvatore Ferragamo is creating orange fiber, which is using the peel of oranges to create a new kind of silk. Next slide. And we also have Pinatex. Oh, we're missing a slide, that's okay. Pinatex, which is a material that's made from pineapple leather. A leather that's made from pineapple material, I should say. So I just want to conclude with something interesting, some research that I came across from McKinsey & Company. It's a report that suggests that we, as a species, are on the cusp of a new era. The report says that everything that we've experienced as humans so far is a symptom of the Industrial Revolution. And we've been stuck inside this narrative of progress. With global warming, political and social unrest, and the COVID-19 pandemic, we're starting to really reevaluate this narrative of progress. And that's why I had that picture of that landfill, because where has that narrative of progress led us? Next slide, please. That's the research report. Let's go one more. So I believe that if we harness technology, if it's technology not closing in on humans, but guided by the hands of humans, like we saw with the Bella Hadid dress, we can fashion a new kind of future. So next slide. Thank you very much. If this talk interests you, our main channels are on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Next slide. You can also listen to the Electric Runway podcast. I interview the makers and shakers changing the fashion technology industry. And last slide, if you want to learn more about me or stay in touch, there's my handles there. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Please give it up for Amanda and this insightful presentation. I'm going to ask one question because we're running out of time, or 2 questions, and then I'll open up 1 or 2 to the audience. This presentation was lovely. It was very insightful. It very much shows the optimism and the hopefulness in the future of fashion. Obviously, being someone that has worked in the fashion industry, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I wanted to ask you, from your perspective with this intersection with technology, what do you foresee as possibly some disadvantages that might occur, if not now, in the future, towards the industry or towards humanity with these additives
Well,
our
I mean,
fashion
I
industry?
like to remain positive. I'm
Same.
a tech optimist, but we see so many disadvantages. With every new technology, there's good and there's bad. So with social media, for example, we have the opportunity for people to make personal brands, be entrepreneurial, sell their clothing directly. But then we also have the negative consequences of social media, like online bullying and, you know, what they're calling Snapchat dysmorphia, when people want to look like their Snapchat filter. So
True.
there's really two sides. I don't think technology is good or bad. I think that technology is benevolent, basically, and it's how we use it.
Good answer. Good. Okay, and then one last question from my end. You know, Electric Runway is a multimedia project with an ongoing mission to discover and document how digital technology is indeed transforming this $2.4 trillion fashion industry around the world. What opportunities do you see with tech and fashion for places like Nigeria, factoring in the lack of some infrastructures and things of that nature?
Yeah, I think there's lots of opportunities. I've only been here for 48 hours, so I don't know that I'm the best person to speak to Nigerian culture, but I see so much entrepreneurship, right? Whether it's somebody carrying water on the side of the road or somebody selling here today, there's so much entrepreneurial spirit here, and I really hope that people get access to the tools that are available, like Shopify, right? Like POS systems, like 5G, which I know was rolled out recently, so that they can harness that technology and further themselves, progress themselves.
Okay, thank you. We're going to open up just one question to the audience. Can we have this guy in the front here? Can we possibly get a mic to him? Right here with the sunglasses. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Dare, and I'm a writer and a content creator. And one of the things I love to do or be is I love to be futuristic. Now, fantastic presentation, by the way. So my question is, in the future of fashion, I'm sure if you ask a lot of people here, a lot of people don't want to. In fact, a lot of people don't like chores. So how about the idea of creating an anti-staining fabric, you know, whereby it doesn't get stained easily, and
it's more durable.
Yes, and then how about what's the future of shoes? Because I'm also a shoe lover. Like, what's the future of shoe where the leathers can be anti-staining as well? So yes.
Wow, that's a big question. The future of footwear, I'm really not sure. When it comes to fabrics that can resist stains, I think that the trend of athleisure that really came in during the pandemic, you know, we had more people staying at home. It's really led for us to ask, how can our clothing last longer? How can it be more durable? In Canada, where I'm from, it's all about surviving the elements, right? It gets very, very cold and it gets very, very hot. So all of our fashion brands that have done really well in Canada, if you think of like Canada Goose or Herschel or Lululemon, for example, is from Canada, they're all really durable and they sort of cater to that will to survive the elements. So I think that designers are going to continue to integrate these fabrics, and they're going to continue to improve the longevity of items so that we have less fast fashion and more things that we can cherish and keep forever and pass down to our children. I hope, anyways.
Thank you. Thank you. That will be all for right now. If you have any more questions, feel free to try and find Amanda, or she's left her information up for you to reach out to her. That's all for now. We have to get ready for the next masterclass. So thank you very much for everyone that attended.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we celebrate Somi Wandu and Amanda Costco one more time?
Oh, thank you.
I thought that was really wonderful. We are out of time, unfortunately. A lot of questions, a lot of things to dive in on. But time won't let us at this point. But we really just want to thank Somi for moderating. Somi herself is a multidisciplinary artist and cultural enthusiast who also has some explorations in technology. So it was good to get perspectives from both of them. Amanda touched on a lot of things: wearable fashion, AI, automation in manufacturing, fashion in the metaverse, Web3, augmented reality, selling digital fashion tokens that are even more expensive than the actual fashion items themselves, new fabrics and materials that are more sustainable and environmentally friendly, and on and on. But I think that all of what she did is to really just inspire us to go and do our own homework, do our own research, explore a little more, and see how, as creators, as innovators, as fashion enthusiasts, we can really push the boundaries on how we intersect fashion and technology. So again, a big thank you to Amanda Costco. Can we put our hands together for her one more time and really thank her for a very, very, very rich presentation. All right, guys, we're going to move swiftly. We're going to move swiftly to our next masterclass because we've eaten into the time. If you want to attend the next masterclass, you can just remain on your seat. But if you would like to continue with the exhibition outside, you're free to do that. Remember, I said we have some stalls outside to the right of the masterclass arena, and that's to your left. So you might want to check that out as well. But our next masterclass will look at how to style sneakers for fashion-forward look. So if you're big on footwear and are interested to hear from a world-class footwear designer, you want to attend the next masterclass, and that would happen in exactly 8 minutes. So in about 8 minutes, we'll be ready for our next session. Thank you.
Fashion weekend, always a good idea.
It's the GTCO Fashion Weekend 2022. How many of you guys love this? I know I do.
I do. It's the most comfortable footwear in the world.
So get to know how to style sneakers for a fashion-forward look. If your sneakers are just looking plain, I have a white pair that I need to put some artistic
What would you do?
things
What would you do to it, gang? What would you do to your trainers, to your sneakers?
Maybe I'll write your name on one side and write my name on the other, so that they can know we're a couple.
No. Just a GTCO.
All right then. Toussaint King is taking us on the next masterclass that's about to begin in a matter of minutes. So head over to the masterclass. Once you get into the hall, you make a right and go to the very end. Make a right when you get into the hall and go to the very end. That is where the masterclass is taking place. It's going to be from 5 p.m. to 5:45. 45 minutes of learning how to style your sneakers
And I guess
for a
revamp them,
fashion-forward look.
right?
Yeah.
And revamp them as well. Perfect. So that's happening in less than 5 minutes, guys. The countdown starts now for the masterclass with Toussaint.
So head over to the masterclass right now, please.
But other than
and
that-
fill up the seats. We have limited seats in the masterclass, so the first to get there will get the good seats. All right, so you can see a bit of a queue forming at the hall. Toussaint King, I would like to see if he's wearing a pair of sneakers.
Say my name.
And how they're designed.
I don't know where he's at.
Eyeing care, Allah, direct. Really, I said that right. Let me have done that justice. That's, yes, I know. How shameful. Eyeing care, Allah, direct has got 30% discount. For the, yeah, he's got 30% discount going on, so you definitely want to attend her store. That's Eyeing care, Allah, direct with the 30% discount. Speaking of discounts as well, Owama Official. Yes, that's right, Owama Official. They've also got 15% off all items at their stand. You definitely want to check them out as well.
Yep, and just in case you're wondering what you could add to your masterclass, you have to stop by Fabric Market. Fabric Market has some of the best fabrics. I know I need myself some fabrics, so head over to the Fabric Market. They're here by the masterclass. Make sure you pick up some fabrics for yourself to make some great attire. The masterclass kicks off in just a matter of minutes. It's going to be hosted by Toussaint King. Get to learn how to style sneakers for a fashion-forward look. Your sneakers should not be ordinary. Fashion-forward. Think future. Think of a way you can stand out with your sneakers and how your sneakers can stand out at the next masterclass taking place at this GTCO Fashion Weekend, day 1 with Toussaint King. Another shout out to the Fabric Market. I'm heading that way in a bit. You should head that way as well. Fabric Market with all sorts of fabric. Fabric. All right? When you think fabric market. So head over to that market for your fabric.
But
Masterclass is you should. Can I go for the masterclass while I leave you here?
You can, and then you can tell me what you learned at the masterclass so I can style my trainers.
Yeah, I want to
Do you
style.
think trainers or sneakers?
It depends on what I'm doing when I'm wearing them. Am I in
Are you
training?
training
Or am I sneaking around?
So trainers.
Yes, trainers. Okay then, the masterclass commences soon. Head over right now. When you get into the hall, make a right and go all the way to the end of the hall for the masterclass. Toussaint King, I can see you. Toussaint King, we're good friends. You couldn't see me at the radio booth. Bonjour, bonsoir, my good friend.
All right. Welcome. If you're just joining us, welcome to the GTCO Fashion Weekend Masterclass. I introduced myself in the beginning. Someone told me you have to introduce yourself at every masterclass because they're new people. My name is Oluwaseun. It's an honor to be anchoring these sessions. We've had an amazing time so far. We had Ade Hassan, then we had Meli, Taicoh, we had Felicia Leatherwood. Amanda Costco just took us through the intersection of fashion and technology. And right now, we're about to hear from a world-class, world-renowned shoe designer, all the way from the United States, Toussaint King. We'll talk about how to style sneakers for a fashion-forward look. So again, good evening to you and welcome to this masterclass. I'm going to introduce Toussaint and the moderator for the masterclass. But Toussaint King, in his hometown, New Orleans, was a community advocate, helping neighbors, friends find jobs and other opportunities. While working for a marketing company, he got the chance to live his dreams of becoming a sneaker designer when he was selected to be in the first cohort of the Serena Williams design crew, an apprenticeship program that grants a group of talented designers the opportunity to work in collaboration with the tennis star over the course of 6 months. All right, now King is ranked as one of the star designers of the SWDC Nike collection, working on Serena Williams Australia Open 2021 footwear. I think we need to put our hands together for that. So in many ways, he's a footwear designer for some of the biggest celebrities you know. He's self-taught, so he's a self-taught designer, and he has always had a passion for design and draws inspiration from real people. So Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, I want you to give a warm welcome to Toussaint King. Please put your hands together as I also welcome Osazeme Giwa Osage. Please put your hands together for them. Don't get tired. Osazeme has been a wonderful moderator so far. She's moderated one of the other sessions, so I will hand over to her now.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Zeme. Nice to meet you all. And please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Toussaint King. I am a designer at Nike Inc., more so Jordan brand, and I just want to say thank you for having me here. It's been dope so far.
Thank you. So I'm very, very excited to be sitting here talking to you. So I feel like Sheon has really gone into a lot of detail about who he is, what he's done, and a part of me feels like we don't even need to have this masterclass anymore, but I feel like there's also so much more that you're here to teach us. So I'm so excited to get into it. You also came up with a presentation to show us. So should we just kind of jump into it and then we go into the presentation and just keep it going?
Sounds good. Y'all ready?
Okay. So I'm going to be reading from my phone. I'm not texting. I have all my notes here for the class. Okay, so we're going to start with your journey into footwear, Toussaint. You said that your journey into footwear wasn't a traditional one. So can you go into detail about that? How did you get into that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in order to get into footwear design, people typically go to either a design school or they go to college to learn industrial design. I actually didn't do any of that, right? I've just been a fan and in the culture of sneakers since I was a kid. Primarily due to the environment that I lived in and the people that inspired me, and as well as basketball. So that kind of drove me to just sketch on my own and kind of will myself to learn Photoshop, Illustrator, and some of the tools that I needed in order to become a footwear designer.
Okay, so why footwear? Did you take us into growing up? What sort of design did you do? You didn't obviously go to school, but were you into arts and crafts? Were you into fashion? What was it that really triggered you to really start, that footwear journey?
So that's a great question. So to be honest, I wanted to play in the NBA, and like many people, that didn't happen. So the next best thing was to design shoes for the athletes. So I've been around it my whole life. I've grown up standing in shoe lines, sleeping in shoe lines, camping out, and really the sneaker community was a family, right? It's a little bit different these days with stuff going online, but I really found home and I found the sense of community through sneakers and sport. So that really led me to continue to design.
Okay, so you grew up in New Orleans. What parts of that and you're growing up in like that culture? Because I know in New Orleans it has a very distinctive culture. What part of that kind of like influences your design process and just kind of like you as a person in your work?
So New Orleans is a very unique place, unlike any other place in the world. And I think that the culture, whether it's Mardi Gras culture, Mardi Gras Indians, second line culture, that's all been embedded into me from my family, and that helps me make the decisions that I make when I'm drawing and designing. But also within that culture, there's some things that are not so pretty. There's people that are in the streets, and to be honest, those were kind of like our first superheroes. So just looking at people, you know, in the streets wearing Bally's, Gucci sneakers, and just, you know, phone posits, $200 shoes at that time was crazy. So they really just inspired us. And then also back then we were really into basketball and actually looking up to the athletes as heroes as well. So it was that intersection between street culture and sports that drove my passion for footwear.
Okay, and you spoke briefly to me about wanting to start your own shoe company. Okay, so can you go into that and how you go from wanting to start your own shoe company to joining Nike and now working there for 3+ years?
Wow, so yeah, it's flying by. So the crazy thing is, from New Orleans, and I went through the whole Hurricane Katrina situation. And every time I went back home to visit, I used to see my friends still living with their parents, still living in the same conditions, still working at grocery stores. Nothing really changed. And to me, it was heartbreaking. And people always ask me, why did I never come home, like move back home? Because the cost of living went up. They still didn't have any jobs. And it just wasn't a place that I wanted to be. But in seeing that, I said, well, how can I help? How can I help people? And what I decided is that, hey, I love sneakers. Let me start learning how to design serious. And through that, I decided to come up with a plan, right? So the first thing that I told myself is that I have to become debt-free. So I went on a 3-year journey to pay off all of my student loans, bills, et cetera, et cetera. And right at the end of that, I got the opportunity to compete in a combine to be a part of the Serena Williams Apprenticeship. So me wanting to be a sneaker designer doesn't really come from the fact that I love sneakers, but it really comes from purpose and wanting to do something that I'm passionate in to help other people.
Okay, that's really interesting. I think that we should probably go into your slides just so we can kind of go through that process of like, you know, your design process and your journey and how you storytell through like your craft and all of that. So do you want to like walk us through?
Let's do it.
Through that.
So, kind of 3 points that I want to hit on is just, I believe we kind of went over my story a little bit, but these are kind of 3 ideas that really define who I am and it drives me. So first off is visionary. That's a handsome 16-year-old me. And back then they had these things that were called strength shoes, and it was about $200. It's supposed to help you run faster, jump higher, but I could not afford them. So what I did is I took a pair of Air Force Ones and I took 2x4s and literally cut the top of the shoe open and nailed blocks to the front of the shoe. And that helped give me the elevation that I needed to like exercise my calf muscles. Obviously it didn't work because I'm like walking around on on wooden 2x4s with duct tape around the front, but the idea was there, right? Secondly, work ethic. I don't know how many are familiar with 2 Chainz, but one thing that he said that resonates with me is that, oh, I'm sorry, there we go. Work ethic is everything. Work ethic is everything. So even before I got the job at Nike, that's me playing semi-pro football. I didn't play football until I was 21 years old because I was so in love with basketball. But I went from being the worst person on the team. I was so bad that I used to go to practice and stood on the sideline. The coach didn't even want me to practice. But I had to do my due diligence in order to get on the field. And what that looked like, it was actually going to high school kids that actually played football their whole lives and was open to listening and learning from them. It was going to the starting quarterback and say, hey, do you have time on the weekend? Can we get some routes in? And what I would say is I went from the worst on the team to not only leading the team in reception yards, and touchdowns the following season, just from the hard work and determination to make myself better. And the third one is community, right? So I had the opportunity to design some football uniforms for a Pee Wee football team, and I did it pro bono. I didn't ask for anything because when I think about community, I think that it's something that you have to truly be a part of. So when someone asked me to do this project, the first thing that came to mind is when these kids become adults and they look back at those pictures of them playing football at 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, the uniforms that I design is in the pictures, and I will forever be a part of their lives. So that's kind of what I do at Nike, is I make sure that whatever it is that I do, that I stay connected to the community. I'm not just doing work for them, but I am of the community. So that's kind of me in 3 quick bullets. Next page. So storytelling. I think that an issue that a lot of people have with building a brand and building a company is that the storytelling piece does not quite connect to the consumer. We have to understand as creatives and designers especially that we create for other people. Art is for self, design is for other people. So the way that you connect with consumers is through storytelling. So the first thing that you want to do is be authentic. Just make sure that the story that you're telling is always 100% accurate and honest. You don't even have to go to Google, go straight to the source. That's what I always tell people. People say that I'm a great storyteller. I said it's not that, I just tell the truth. If someone is the expert, I go directly to them and get that information. The second one is be relative. Communication is not for yourself more so, but it's for others. So whichever way you're telling a story, you have to make sure that you're telling it in a way that your consumer and audience understands, because if you do not, then the product will not, they won't resonate with the product. And if they don't, no matter how dope it is, it's gonna sit on the shelf. So that's very important. So what I wanna do is just give a few examples of the storytelling process that I go through as I'm ideating for Nike. Next slide. So I had the honor of working with Supermodel. I always butcher her last name, so I'm not gonna say it, but I call her Simi for short.
Adiabo.
Adiabo. All right, Simi, don't hurt me. So I call her Simi for short. So Simi is actually a Nigerian-born skeleton slayer, right? So if you know what bobsleighing is, it's essentially that, but you're laying belly down on that little board, and you're traveling through this bobsleigh course at upwards of 90 miles per hour, right? So she is the first African woman to try this sport. And within a few years, she actually started qualifying for the Olympics. And she's actually the first Nigerian-born woman that won a gold medal in this particular sport. So as Simi slays, I will follow her. She's an amazing person. I love Simi. Next slide. So just kind of getting into the thought process. So Simi actually started off as a track athlete at the University of Kentucky, and she was actually an All-American. So after she got done with sports, well, actually what happened is she tried to qualify for the Olympics in the triple jump, I believe, and her distance were 3 inches short of actually making it. So I like to refer to that as, you know, the 3 inches that changed history, because since she did not get into the Olympics for that, she decided to do something else, which was skeleton slaying. And what I wanted to do is kind of tell a story about her kind of like being a rebel and doing something that has never been done before, and just her being out of this world. So what I did is is I came up with the concept of this G-star map and just thinking about this concept of semi and orbit and how orbit kind of plays into the story of the track and how it winds and weaves. And you also see a color palette that's on there as well. I had a color designer that assisted with that because it truly is a collaborative effort. And you also had the graphic designer that pulls some cool graphics together to help aid in the story. So one of the things that we really wanted to do is tell her, how do we merge her track story and her skeleton slave story, right? So what I did is I did my research, I spoke with her, and I pulled up all of the records that she made in college and in high school. And I essentially converted the time and distance to light years. And
Okay, break that down. Break that down. Break that down, please.
So, I forgot all of the stats, but yeah, so what I did is, let's say she had, a particular stat in long jump. So I just went and took that distance, and I went into a calculator that measures the speed of light, and I recalculated that distance in the speed of light. And then for the running stuff, I recalculated that in the speed of distance, like the sun traveling, the light traveling from Earth. So that was kind of like the whole idea and concept behind telling
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this project was really just telling a story about her and really just amplifying it and just doing it in a different way. We could have gone the traditional, Nigerian flag colors, but she really wanted something that was going to pop and something for her to stand out. And it's crazy because we were looking at her perform on TV, and the broadcaster like zoomed into her shoes, and he's like, "Look at these colorful shoes," because normally in skeleton slave, people don't get super crazy colors or anything. It's just super like white, black, very pedestrian. So it was something new. Next slide. So this is the initial CAD. So it's basically just a 2D image of the design so that the footwear designer, color designer, and graphic designer can kind of place everything that they need on top of it so that the factory can have an understanding of how this should look after we build it. So it's just me, my color designer, graphic designer that work together. The swoosh on the medial side, because when she hits the board, her feet flips the other way so that the swoosh is actually upright. So it's just one of those small details. And then again, on the lateral side, which is the top, it has those dates, places, and distances, just going back to her college. Next slide. This is just, this is called a flat. And what we did is we just decided to add some 3M. I thought that it was going to actually pop when the cameras hit it, but she's on snow and it's in the daytime, so it didn't quite work out, but it still looked cool. Next slide. And these are the back side of them. So what we want to do is make sure that we had like a very intimate message for her that was real personal and something that only she was able to see. And she is a big fan of Maya Angelou. And since we, as Nike designers, don't have the clearance to just put Maya Angelou's poems and words on the outside of a product, we just hid it on the inside because it's just something near and dear to her. So it's just adding that personal touch. Next slide. So these are just two examples of the insoles. So as you can see, the first one, which is the one that we went with, is actually replicating a track spike, and it also kind of symbolizes that orbital circle as well. So next slide. And then again, even down to the lace tips, because details is everything, just putting words such as orbit, which is the name of this particular story, and unity, which is something that she wanted to speak about. Next slide. And this is the final shoe, and that is Simi on her way down the ramp on a monobob.
Those look amazing. Those look amazing.
Thank you. So the next one, I want to tell another story that is very near and dear to me, with me being such a fan of basketball in jerseys. Like, y'all should see, like, I have a separate bedroom, and it's like all shoes. Everything, just all. I have one desk, and everything else is shoes.
How many shoes do you have?
I stopped counting.
You're kind of like me. You're kind of like me.
It's not the most in the world, but it's probably 400 plus.
400 shoes.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not kind of like me.
And I work for Nike now, so it's bad, right? Because I go into the employee store, I get my discount, and I just be buying stuff. I don't know why. I literally have probably about 100 pair of shoes that I haven't even worn yet. I just buy them, throw them in a room, and leave. As a matter of fact, these shoes is probably about 8 years old, and this is the second time I've worn them. The first time is actually when I competed in the combine for the Serena Williams design crew.
Okay, I really want us to go into that and talk about this Serena Williams project. I feel like everyone would really love to hear about that. And that's how the whole journey started into Nike, isn't it?
It is. So to touch on that, after Hurricane Katrina, I moved to Columbus, Ohio, and attended Ohio State University. And I stayed there for a while until I decided to move to Atlanta, Georgia. So as I was moving to Atlanta, Georgia, I met a young lady, and she was actually on her way back home to New Jersey. And her and I kept in touch over the year, and she just sent me a rogue email saying, hey, I know you like to draw sneakers. Here's an opportunity. Maybe you should check it out. We didn't know who it was for. We didn't know what the company was. She just said, get your portfolio together. Now, y'all be reminded, I don't know what a design portfolio actually looks like because I'm not a designer. But I went on Google University, found some examples, and put my portfolio together. So the interesting thing about your portfolio and just even being a creative, more than the final item on the table, showing your work and showing your process is everything. So when I was designing shoes, I would get it to its final stage, and I would literally just throw away all of the scrap work. So what I had to do is take that final image and basically reverse engineer all of my sketches so that people understood how I got there. Yes. So I thank her still to this day. She said, I just sent the email, but no, you're a part of my journey because you could not have sent that email, and I could still be answering phone calls at a call center. That's another story. So that happened. So I sent that email to Brandis Daniels at Harlem's Fashion Row, which I love so dearly, and her team loved the portfolio enough to invite me to have a meeting with Nike. And from there, they said, hey, this is what a Nike...
Sorry, Toussaint, could you just, like, in 5 seconds, just kind of explain Harlem Fashion Row and Brandis Daniels so they kind of get, like, how everything connects?
I love Brandis. So Brandis and Harlem's Fashion Row, it's a group of people that are working hard to make sure that Black, BIPOC, and diverse creatives are able to get into design and fashion. And even a side story, I had the opportunity to go to the FIT gala, and she was telling her story about how she, why she started it, and her dad standing behind her and pushing her and what her dream was. And it's crazy because we think that our dreams are just for us, but our dreams are for other people. Because if you don't dream to do something, then you don't open the pathway for somebody else. So it's because she had a dream to start Harlem's Fashion Row, it enabled an opportunity for me to have a platform to shoot my shot and eventually get into Nike.
That's amazing. So through Harlem Fashion Row, in collaboration with Nike, you got the opportunity. Okay, so continue.
Cool. So the combine was crazy, right? So there was a lot of people that they invited, and ultimately, Nike chose the top 40 people. those 40 people went to Nike World Headquarters in New York City, and there's literally a basketball shot clock, and you have an hour and 10 minutes to design footwear, apparel, graphics, and I forgot what the fourth category was. So you can imagine that it was pure mayhem, because trying to draw a shoe in an hour and 10 minutes is insane. But what I realized is that they were really trying to figure out what our process was and how we worked through and resolved things. It wasn't about what the final outcome was, because my final shoe looked like, I won't say it looked bad. It looked bad. But in my process, one of the recruiters, he came to me and he said, hey, what are those little squiggly lines you have on the side? Because I was on my iPad. And I was like, that's just my scratch work. And he said, can you show us that? That's what we like to see. And it was those squiggly lines, scratch marks, and processes that he was more fascinated with than the final whatever that was that I had on the table. So that was amazing. So after that combine was over with, Nike chose their top 20 from there and then handed it to Serena. Now, that process was insane because Serena was on vacation, so it was only supposed to take a couple of weeks, but it took a little longer. Besides, she's Serena, she could do that anyway, so it's all good. But she finally came back, and I was selected as one of the 2 footwear designers out of 10 people to participate in the apprenticeship, which lasted for 8 months.
Some people aren't clapping, and that's amazing. That's amazing. So please, can we give Tucson a round of applause, please? Thank you, because that's amazing. Coming from someone who didn't have a traditional background in footwear design or even fashion at all, and to be able to be picked by Serena Williams that's amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so should we go back to the presentation?
Man, that's a nice camera shot. I'm sorry, I'm off.
Can we go back to the presentation, please?
Next presentation, yep.
Thank
All right.
you.
So this project is near and dear. So talking about jerseys, not only do I have a large assortment of footwear, but I also collect game-issued and game-worn basketball and football jerseys. So I have a couple of collections. One is like my New Orleans stuff. Then I have my Michael Jordan collection, and then I just have a whole bunch of other stuff for players that I loved. So it was actually Brandis, right? So I was working in the Serena Williams design crew, and I had a little bit of downtime. And me and Brandis had a conversation, and she said, hey, did you meet the LeBron team? I said, well, I met JP, which is LeBron's designer.
LeBron.
James.
Okay.
And so she's like, let me introduce you to the rest of the team. So she sent out an email, everybody responded. And through those conversations, I said, hey, I don't have a lot of work to do. If you have anything that I can take off of your plate, I'm willing to do it. So again, just listening to my mentor and just being...
And that's part of your work ethic, which you mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. So you can sit back and just wait for opportunities, or you can attack it and go and get it. It's like playing football. If you're a wide receiver, you don't run your route and wait for the ball to come to you. You go and attack the ball at its highest point. So I made sure that I kept reaching out to people to find work. I had to stay in a hustler mentality. So they came back and said, well, hey, do you want to design a player-exclusive shoe for LeBron James to celebrate? Well, actually, no. They wanted me to do a HBCU shoe for LeBron James for MLK Day. And instead of coming back with one concept, I brought them 2. And that second concept that was surrounding HBCUs, we flipped it into the FAMU. So again, the process is everything, because if you have that process, it can be reapplied to no matter what story, what design, what problem you're solving. So
Okay, just really quickly, HBCU.
Historically Black college and universities.
Thank you.
So, 15 minutes? All right, so, yeah, next slide. So when I looked into the stuff about FAMU, I was thinking that I was gonna find like some super big celebrities. There's a few, there's Common, there's Rico Love, There's Maya Keisha from Atlanta, Althea Gibson, etc. But the perspective that I got when looking up these alum were educated black people that were just successful. It wasn't about being a rapper or anything crazy. It was just successful. So I found that to be very inspiring. Next slide. So as I started doing research on the school, I saw this thing called the set, which on Fridays, the students leave to go and commune together. They hang out, they have vendors, people are selling stuff, entrepreneurs, but it was a real sense of community on that campus that I was really inspired by. Next slide. And I was actually just looking at something from Tyler Perry, and he was telling a story about how his grandmother had gave him a quilt. And it was an old quilt that he didn't want, and he essentially disrespected it. He used it to lay on the ground for oil, you know, to spill on so you don't mess up his concrete. He used it as like basically a rag, right? And then he went into an antique store, and he saw this quilt that was like super high in value. And the woman said, this quilt belonged to this woman that was a slave. And in the patchwork, it was pieces of, you know, her last dress that she wore as a slave. It was a patch of her wedding dress when she got married as a free woman. And it essentially told the story. So I was thinking about, like, how could these FAMU students really tell their stories, and how do they build their quilt? So I wanted to do it in a more modern way, so I took inspiration from these 90s style hoodies and sweatshirts for my graphic direction. Next slide. And just to touch on this, there's a heel clip on the back of the LeBron 18, and I essentially just kind of took the center promenade and brought that into the graphics. Also pulled up their mantra, strike, strike, strike again, FAMU, and also the set, and also the school's original name. Next slide. So this is me starting to play with the graphics. FAMU's team colors are the two bottom, orange and green ones, but I wanted to add a little bit of pop because I wanted to add energy so that when LeBron wore the shoe, everybody was able to recognize it. Next. And this is just graphic execution. Next. And this is the final CAD. And LeBron wore this and actually scored 38 points against the Suns in a loss. Next slide. And here's just pictures of LeBron walking through the tunnel. LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Okay. And then also these shoes actually spun off to me designing FAMU's basketball uniforms as well. So the work just kept working. And I think that the next slide is something that I'm most proud of, is the athletes actually receiving the shoes for the first time. So can you play that?
I think there's a problem with the video. Can we get the video played, please? Is there an issue? It's not coming up? Oh, okay. Apparently the slide's not playing.
Okay.
Do you want to kind of just like talk through what it was?
Yeah, so it's essentially the students walking into their locker room and being greeted with all of the shoes laid out for them. So super special moment because...
What was their reaction?
It was crazy. I'm going to have to post it on my Instagram again, and y'all just have to go follow me.
I'm mad because you were going to show me as well, and you were like,
Yes.
no, you'll see it at the class. So even I haven't seen the video, so I'm really annoyed.
Yeah, but I do it for them because they deserve it. HBCUs help serve a lot of underserved communities. They take chances on students that have, some of them have lower GPAs than PWIs, predominantly white universities. So they do a lot for the community and to help give kids an opportunity to build for themselves and their families. So
You said something really interesting to me. You said part of the reason you do what you do is because of how you grew up, and seeing the younger kids and the younger generation just kind of realize that you don't have to be a rapper and you don't have to be a basketball player to make it. Could you kind of just like touch on that for like a bit, and just like why you do what you do?
absolutely. So if everyone look around in this building, there's lights, there's chains, there's metal work, there's carpet. Everything in here somebody made. Someone designed it, somebody created it, right? So for people in my community to think that the only way out is through rap music or sports, it's a little bit hurtful. So I just want to kind of like open up the aperture and let people know that there's so many things that you can do out there that you can be successful at, and it doesn't have to be the two. We're capable of doing anything that we want.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for going into that. Should we kind of just finish the slides in like the next 3 to 5 minutes so we can take questions as well and just kind of wrap up?
Yes. So I'm going to go through this real quick, so don't blink. All right, so design process. You brief, problem solve is the fundamental point of design, ideation, and also working with a team. Next slide. So this is kind of the ideas that we brought in from the brief, and just really telling Serena's story in two ways. One, which is like her lineage, which is like Serena as a kid, and also this idea of utopia, which is talking about Serena after she retires. So the crazy thing is, we came in, she was still playing, but we was already thinking like, what does this look like after? So these are just kind of some of the inspirational images. And of course I have Dapper Dan on there because he has ascended to something amazing and he's very inspiring. So next. So this one is just basically kind of like jotting down things and doing problem solving. So on the lineage side, you know, back in the day, they used to say athletes want to be ballers and ballers wanted to be players, wanted to be ball players. So kind of that play and interconnection of the two, as well as like being a utopian thinker and just thinking about more unisex and gender fluid pieces for this particular collection. So next slide. Next slide. And this is an Air Force One that I did. So again, just talking about ascension, you see Kobe in the Air Force One, which is a basketball shoe, and you cannot find an Air Force One in any basketball section. It now lives in lifestyle because it has catapulted into something much greater than just a basketball shoe. And that kind of reminded me of Serena. She was a tennis player, but now she's a wonderful mother. She's a philanthropist. She's a fashion icon. She's so much more, and we really want to key in on that. Next. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
So these are just some quick sketches and ideations, and really want to kind of tell a story of Serena and ascending and growing. So just kind of this Air Force One that converts to a high, or maybe this kind of cocoon effect, like her blossoming from her roots in Compton into the woman that she is. And also just teaming up with the apparel and kind of bringing in some of their design language into the design. Next. Again, me just problem solving and just going through some of the problems that I was having with the construction, as well as telling the story and why we're doing what we're doing on this shoe. Next. And I presented the shoe like this to Serena. This was the base layer. So I was inspired by like handbags, right? The average person that lives to be said age spends about 3 months of their life tying tennis shoes. So with her being a mother, I was like, how can we get her in and out of these shoes as fast as possible? Let's put a zipper on it.
So functionality.
Right. So next layer. Next slide. Next slide. So this is me and the apparel team just bringing in some of the icons from the apparel to try to incorporate it. So these are the banners from the championships that she won. Next slide. Next slide. and then just kind of having this cocoon-like shroud, kind of telling that story of growth. But Serena actually liked the original version, so I had to backtrack it. Next slide. Next slide. And this is what I represented her with, and she loved it in that space, so that's the direction that we took. Next slide will show us the final versions of the shoes, which are out now. If you don't have them, go get them.
Those are gorgeous.
Yep, and the next slide is something that I always tell people. Everything we do is created to inspire, and always stay inspired to create. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take some questions. We have about 5 minutes, and I haven't even landed. She's like, okay, can we get the mic to the lady in the front?
I have the mic here.
Oh, do you want to stand up so everyone can see you?
Sorry, hi King. Great presentation. So mine is not a question, mine is just a request. Please can I get your design in size 39? One of your designs in size 39.
Can she get one of your designs?
Mine is a request. Please can I get one of your designs in a size 39?
Can she get one of your designs in a size 39? She's asking you for free shoes.
I have a dime, but shipping is going to be like $1 million over here. But connect, we can work something out. She likes the shoe. Yeah, we can work something out. All right.
He'll look into it. Can we get the lady in the front? Can we get the mic to the lady in the front, please? Super quickly, we have like 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, King. I'm someone that loves sneakers a lot. I don't wear female heels, is either boots or sneakers. And based on the nature of Lagos, everywhere is like slopey full of water. And 75% of shoes that are sold are fake. I'm sorry. So, like, what is the best technique to maintain sneakers? Because I have different colors. You say you have 400. Half of my rooms are full of sneakers and boots. But after 3 months, you just said that they are peeling off. I'm like, God, you understand? Imagine buying something very expensive and finding out eventually that it's fake. So what can you recommend? How can I maintain my sneakers? And I won't mind a free shoe as well. Thank you.
You get a free shoe. You get a free shoe. Everybody get free. No, I'm joking now. So it's crazy because me personally, as far as shoe maintenance, I predominantly wear dark colors. That's my go-to because it's hard to keep shoes clean. Also think about the environment that you live in. If you live in a hot environment, leather shoes is probably not great because your feet sweat, the leather starts to expand, and then a whole little other situation happens. So you just have to be mindful of that. Make sure that you're having something that's super flexible and comfortable, something that's super breathable. And to be honest, just stay on top of cleaning them. Even with 400 pairs of shoes, I take them out the box. I take them off my feet and I clean them immediately.
That's dedication. Okay, can we take 2? Oh my gosh, I feel so bad. We have so many hands up. But can we take 2 more questions? Because we have about a minute left. The lady who's like, can we get the mic to the lady over there? With the glasses, the lady with the glasses. Can you stand up, please? Yeah, just so they can see you. Okay, let's go with him and then we'll come to you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Okome. I'm a fashion stylist. I really love sneakers a lot. I sell sneakers. Like this one I'm wearing right now is Nike Air Force. My question is, what's your biggest challenge ever since you started working with Nike?
Sorry, can you speak a little louder? Because even I can't hear.
Since you started working with Nike, what's your biggest challenge and risks?
The biggest challenge working at Nike?
And risk. And risk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't take risks. Nike has very smart people that calculates that for us. But I would say the biggest challenge and opportunity would definitely be the collaboration piece. Because if you're a small brand or if you just do it by yourself, it's easy to make the final decision. But working in a large corporate environment, you have different layers and filters and different experts. You have the design team, you have the business team. So the biggest challenge and opportunity is to make sure that, one, you're listening to the athlete and the consumers, but also you're being respectful of the design leadership team as well as the business to make sure that we have product that not only consumers would love, but it's a good move for the business as well. So that's the main thing. It's that balancing act between design and business.
Okay, can we take the final question? So the lady over there who I promised, and then we're going to close for...
Hey, Mr. King. I'm from Shreveport, Louisiana, by the
Hey,
way.
throw your L up.
Louisiana in the house. I'm a sneaker enthusiast as well. I'm a sneakerhead. I have about 373 pair of sneakers, so I'm really into it too. I wanted to know, my question is, if you're a sneaker designer, what's the most, what should you include in your portfolio when you're trying to apply to design for sneaker companies?
You say, what do you need to do?
Yeah, what's the most important thing that needs to be in your portfolio?
The process is everything.
Okay.
I'll say this real quickly. When I applied for the actual Nike job after the apprenticeship, I used my Serena work, and the third item that I had in there was not completed. I didn't have a final item, a final picture. I had nothing to show, but I had research, and I had a process for a problem that I was solving. That's the main thing, because if you're not solving a problem through design, then what are you doing? So showing your process, show your scratch work, that's everything.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really wish you could take more questions, but we're out of time. I hope everyone enjoyed the class. Thank you so much, Toussaint.
And thank y'all.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you in the next class, everybody. Thank you so much.
If you want free shoes, you should scream louder. All right. Thank you so much to Zeme and Toussaint King for that wonderful one. That was really, really good. I love that Toussaint said everything we do is created to inspire. And, we should be inspired to create whatever it is that we are creating, because it's from that source of inspiration that we really get to transform our world with our art and our creativity. So hold on. You haven't taken a picture with me and the Shoe King, so let's do that. I was going to get your thoughts, though, on the current situation with Kanye. Do you want to speak about that a bit? Okay, good. I figured you would plead the fifth. But I'm glad that you talked about how it can be challenging working with those corporates and having to navigate, design team, commercial team to get your stuff out as a creative. Right, so maybe just a thought on what it would require for us as creatives to be independent and do our own thing and hit market without these bigger brands.
To be honest, you still need other people, so the sooner you learn how to collaborate and work with other people, the better you'll be in a better spot, because you cannot do it on your own.
Do you see, I still got you to speak about it. Nice one. All right, thank you so much. We are going to have our last and final masterclass, and that will be by Yolanda Blaze. She will look at the panoramic lens of global fashion sourcing and development, turning product concepts into tangible merchandise. Now, if you haven't attended any of the masterclasses, this is one that you should not miss, because I believe Yolanda is going to bring together all the different elements that we've touched on throughout today. All right, so look forward to that. Yolanda is the Senior Director of Global Sourcing and Development at Ralph Lauren. So if you know the brand Ralph Lauren, Yolanda is the Senior Director of Global Sourcing and Development for Ralph Lauren. So you do not want to miss this masterclass. And it will start in exactly 11 minutes. Thank you.
Fashion Weekend, always a good idea.
All right, if you're just coming and you're about to attend the last masterclass, we'd like for you to have your seats. We want to move swiftly. We've got 10 more minutes.
Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion Weekend, always a good idea. Fashion Weekend, always a good idea.
stress it for. This is flat now.
Whenever we are shading, I use force in fixing like the last piece of clothes. So I have a lot of problems with my right arm. Of course, I want to be better. I don't want to feel pain. Business has been fine for the past 1 year. It has improved actually. A big one in the bank.
Now hot cake with this one.
Yeah, wrap it for that's 21,000.
Wọ́n bá rajà lọ́wọ́ mi máa ń gba cash. Ìyá Samuel 50 naira. Ẹlòmí tó bá dẹ̀ ní kò sí cash lọ́wọ́, máa ní kò ṣe transfer.
Look at the customers that just left here now. You buy the market, we have already concluded about the price. The POS now, nobody is around here. It takes us like 15 minutes.
Some of my customers don't like POS. They like it when I have my own POS machine. Wow, Lord, yes, ma. So, our last is Squad.
Squad is a new payment platform that GTCO launched in order to help businesses like yours make payments easy. Now, this Squad POS is an app that allows you to turn your mobile phone into a POS terminal. So the stress of getting the POS machine is no longer there. All you need to do is just open the app. So the amount the customer wants to transact, you can take a test transaction, okay? Tap on the card.
Káwọn customer tó máa fi pin ẹ̀ tó ní card ẹ̀ máa wá fún wọn máa tẹ̀ bíbẹ̀. Payment successful. So far, I think I enjoy doing a little transaction with my Squad app. At first, I was confused, but then it's very easy.
Easy for me láti lò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ti kọ́ mi, easy for me. Mo jẹ́ like ẹ̀ ní púpọ̀. Torí pé àwọn tí wọ́n bá ní cash, wọ́n lè ṣe Squad fún mi.
This is what they call 21st century. When my customer say I want to use POS, I will just bring out my phone, open the application, press this code. I don't have anyone that using POS anymore.
With this Squad app, I think my customers will understand that it's my own POS, it's my own transaction. No wuru no wogo. Láti Squad, Anika Funini, Ebukekere, POS code.
Squad, mo dúpẹ́ púpọ̀ lọ́wọ́ yín. Ilé-iṣẹ́ Squad ò ní jóná.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm very excited. I didn't see this coming. I really didn't see this coming. Thank you so much.
All right, can we have audio in the room?
Continue to bless Squad company. I'm really excited. God will bless you.
All right, people, we are at our final masterclass for today. Now, I want to see my people who have been here since the first class. Just raise your hand. If you've attended all the masterclasses since the first, please put your hands together for yourselves. You are amazing. I mean, we're going to clap for ourselves. That's really amazing, amazing dedication. I'm sure that for you, it's been a life-changing experience. You've heard a lot that would have, really spurred your imagination and inspired you to really expand your horizon as a designer, as a creative, as a fashion enthusiast, as a believer, as a creator of the future. Remember at the beginning, I said that as creatives and as designers, we really have the power to create the future. And I'm sure that all that you've heard today has filled your imagination in that regard. All right, our next class is going to be by someone who I said will bring all the pieces together and really help us reflect on how we can take this thing to the next level. She'll be looking at the panoramic lens of global fashion sourcing and development, how to turn product concepts into tangible merchandise. And she's very qualified to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've done to all our speakers, can we give a warm Lagos welcome to Yolanda Blaze? No, come on, Lagos, you can do better than that. Come on, Lagos. We got special energy. Can we make some noise? Awesome. All right. So I'm going to just talk a bit about Yolanda and invite her as well as our moderator. But Yolanda is the Senior Director of Global Sourcing and Development for Ralph Lauren, the iconic American clothing brand worth $8 billion. Under Yolanda's direction, her team is charged with upholding the fashion empire's timeless heritage whilst... Okay, I just lost sight of my note. Okay, yeah. Whilst determining fabrics and trims to be featured in successive seasons. Her leadership spans the brand's women's and children's line, where she oversees concepts, development, and production. And with over 23 years at Ralph Lauren, Yolanda has traveled the world in pursuit of the perfect fabric for upcoming collections. Now, she also has a background in broadcast journalism, which is very interesting. And she blazed a trail as a broadcaster and worked for the Major League Baseball, creating the World Series highlight videos. So she has a career that has spanned fashion design, broadcasting, and all of that good stuff. Now, her keen eye, strong work ethic, visionary approach to leadership, and great talent has served her throughout her career. And when she's not traveling the world, Yolanda enjoys spending time with her adorable puppy, Major. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Yolanda Blaze. And accompanying her is Nicole Asinugo, who is a screenwriter, a designer, and storyteller who will moderate this session. So can we put our hands together for Nicole and Yolanda? You can do better. You can do better.
Careful.
Can I help you?
Yeah. Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Welcome, everybody, to the final masterclass of the day. Yolanda, we're so happy to be here with you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, feeling great. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. This is my first time to Africa. This is my first time to Nigeria. I'm so excited.
Amazing. What a brilliant way to come to Nigeria. First time in Africa, starting with the biggest fashion weekend.
Definitely, definitely. So enjoyable. I've had a warm welcome the entire time I've been here, so I'm so super excited.
We're so happy to have you. So let's get right into it. I don't know if you guys heard when he was introducing her, but he said something that I'm still thinking about, which is the fact that you've been at Ralph Lauren for 23 years.
Yes, yes.
And you started off, if I'm not mistaken, as a production assistant?
Sure did. Definitely. I took a leap of faith in my career. I was a broadcast journalist, and I decided to go back to my love of fashion, and just decided, okay, I'm going to try it out, and started from the bottom and worked my way, and then I kind of took a little pivot and went from production to product development. Didn't really know much about it, and for like the first 2 weeks when I took the job in product development, I worked till probably midnight. Every night I worked till midnight because I said I'm going to be the best. And that's the one thing I have to say, hard work does pay off. It does, it does.
Wow, so did you ever, when you were like 2 decades ago, when you started at the brand, did you ever think that you would be there this long?
To be honest, no. Most people, when they're in corporate fashion, 5 years tops, they move on. Not saying that my path was the best path. You have to do what's best for you, and I tell everybody, you need to follow your dream, your passion, and sometimes maybe the brand isn't what you're looking to do. You want to do couture, you want to do sportswear, you want to do performance, but follow what's in your path. And I was excited about Ralph Lauren, the brand, and realistically, the entire vision of the company. So
amazing. So can you tell us a little bit about your role and a little bit about just actually everything, not a little bit, everything there is to know about sourcing and development.
Okay. Well, I'll take you through the timeline of what my job entails. So Ralph, who's really involved in the company still at 85, he has a vision, and his vision will either be placed on a mood board, or it's placed on picture boards, and the designers will design into what his vision is, and they'll take it from there. Once the designers sketch it, they figure out what they're looking for, what type of fabrics they want for that product. It's like a track relay. They hand the baton off to me, and then I take it from there. So what I do is I will travel the world and look for fabrics from everywhere: Turkey, Guatemala, Peru, India, China, wherever. We look for fabrics everywhere in the world. And then I'll, bring it back and show them, see if they like it. Sometimes they don't. I mean, I've had many of seasons where actually Ralph didn't like any of it, and we had to change it within 5 days. And that was a scramble. So sometimes it just doesn't work out. Once we choose a fabric, then we'll make samples. And with sampling, you obviously have to have fittings, which a lot of people don't realize that fitting a garment is probably the most crucial part when deciding on a fabric for a specific product. Because when you fit a garment, if that fabric doesn't work well with it, when you put it on a human body, unlike a mannequin that's just like this, when you put it on a human body, you realize it doesn't flow, it doesn't work. They can't even move in it. So fabric is like the key first, and then we go into fitting the garment. Then we get samples, and then we, obviously show the world and see if it's liked, if it's something that the buyers want, and then we move on to production. So I see it all the way through to when it gets on the boat. I will actually see every step of the way, from the fabric, including the trims. So, and that's key. The one thing that people really don't understand is that buttons make a difference on a garment. Zippers make a difference on a garment. Whatever little trim that you put on the garment, it makes a difference, because you may see it, you may vision it, but you can't get it. You can't get it in time for you to be able to ship it. And that's, you sometimes it's hard, because now you thought, I want blue buttons, but that blue buttons was a special color. So then now when I want to take it to production to go to bulk, you can't get it in time. You got to pivot, find another color button or whatever. So
that's so interesting. So I know a lot of people in the audience are fashion entrepreneurs, designers, tailors. So for people who, let's say they have a vision, how do they take that vision into something tangible? What are the steps?
So I would say that number one, don't give up your dream. That's the key. Don't ever give up. And number two, always have a plan A, plan B, plan C, and plan D. Always have that, because it's super important to be able to have multiple options. A lot of designers that come to work for my company, and they have a plan A. I'm going to work here, and then I'm going to have my own store. I'm going to have my own designs. It may not be in 6 months. It may not be in 1 year. It may not be in 6 years. Don't give up, but always have a backup plan. So you definitely need to be able to understand what your vision is, plan it out. I would say that most designers always need a key partner with them. You always have to have somebody that you can bounce ideas off of. It's like on my job, they call me the executioner and also the garbage woman, because I take care of the SHIT, and I'm also the executioner. I make it happen. So you have to be able to throw these ideas off of someone to understand how do I get from point A to point B, or to point Z, actually.
That makes so much sense. And I think like a lot of times designers, especially maybe entrepreneurs that have smaller businesses, they struggle when it comes to demand. So, or even sometimes maybe they have oversupply or they can't meet orders. How do people aspiring to upscale their brands and get bigger businesses, how do they proceed with, especially with the climate, COVID-19 challenges, logistical challenges that sourcing has brought about?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of companies, a lot of brands really took a hit from COVID-19. What happened was many of the factories and the mills that make the fabric, they scaled back because a lot of people didn't come back to work. So they scaled back, so it was really hard to now try to ramp up business after they've downsized so much of the employees. So then the brands decided, okay, well, I think we're back to normal. We're gonna, really bring up the business some more, and the factories just couldn't manage it, which is where I think thinking outside of the box, I'm starting to go to places like South America, Turkey, Portugal, places that you would never think, because everybody thinks China is the fabric capital where all the machines are, but now we have to look at other places because obviously the demand is just too high. So just think about other places to produce your fabrics and also your factories. But with that, just remember that when you're now going to these new places like South America, Europe, maybe like India or Bangladesh, when you start going to these other places, what happens is they're new to it as well, just like you. So when you look at your garments or looking at fitting garments, use advanced technology, use Zoom, because what happens is that you're going to get garments that may not meet your requirements or may not be aesthetically pleasing as you thought, because they're new to this. They're getting their hands wet and their feet dirty in new product, and they're just taking a numbered pattern and just following it exactly, but they don't really understand your vision. So make sure that you use Zoom, do as much as you can, a lot of communication, so that you can get the best product.
Speaking of Zoom, what about fittings? So fittings.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Fittings. So COVID-19 has definitely changed the game in terms of Zoom fittings. It started out a little rocky, but we definitely moved a little bit further in it. We've kind of brought it back now to have in-person fittings, but Zoom fittings was definitely interesting, having a model in their home and sending garments to their home for them to try on with a camera that they placed in a certain place and fitting on their own, really, but us just looking at it and telling them, okay, lift your arm, how does it look? It was quite interesting, but it worked.
That makes so much sense. And I wonder, like, when it comes to sustainability, because I was telling you earlier that, I listened to something and somebody said by virtue of just being West African and the way we produce, we're already sustainable. So for brands who are looking to be even more intentionally sustainable, what would you say? And how does that, because when you're sourcing, it's easy to overbuy and it's easy to be the opposite of sustainable. So what would you?
I think most companies now have a sustainable goal. Our goal is 2025, and most companies are within the same time frame to be 100% sustainable. It is really challenging especially with COVID-19 and what we dealt with for COVID-19. But you also have to look at cotton, the BCI cotton, which is the Better Cotton Initiative. That is a sustainable attribute. In Africa, that is very prevalent. So you're automatically starting out with a sustainable content. Another thing is recycled water, recycled trim, recycled fabric. The really biggest trend we have right now is upcycling. So upcycling is taking a garment that you currently have and revamping it, whether it's you're taking the sleeves off of it, adding some more adornment on it, and then reselling it, or however you want to do, even for yourself, but reselling it. That is a sustainable product now. That is now considered sustainable, because then it will not go to the landfills, it will not be burned, it will not be dumped. So, consider that, upcycling. And one of the things you can do is buying back the product from your customer and then upcycling it and turning it into something new.
Wow, that's amazing. Buying back from the customer.
It's
That's
what
great.
a lot of people are doing.
Yeah, that's great. I want to center the conversation with the audience.
Yes.
Because I know that there are people here that have so many questions. Before we get into the questions, though, let's just figure out if we have designers in the audience.
How many of you are designers? Raise your hand.
Wow.
Wow, quite a bit. You right there with the glasses, right there. Yeah, stand up.
Can we get her a microphone?
When we get you a mic, well, what's your name? Tell us your name.
So my name is Carmen.
Carmen?
Yes, I'm from Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay.
I moved to Nigeria like 3 years ago to start my fashion brand.
Okay.
Yeah. So my brand is called D. Carmen Afric.
Okay.
Yeah, so my brand is based off of sustainability and ethical. So that was one of the reasons to move here, because I know that Africa everything is sustainable, and I wanted to produce in limited batches. And
okay,
yeah.
so where do you produce your product?
Here in Nigeria.
Locally in Lagos?
Yes, locally
okay.
made in Nigeria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a store?
I do. I have a showroom here inside Lekki Phase 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, tell me about your vision, about your dream for your store.
So my vision is, of course, so people can come in and physically see the clothes, and just also I one day want to have like this big factory where everything is produced, manufacturing, and everything there. So yeah.
Okay. Did you have your game plan? How fast you want to grow? How you want to grow?
So I will be honest, I didn't have a game plan before, but now I do have a game plan. Like in 5 years, I do want to have a big factory where everything is produced here locally for the world globally. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely think about your game plan first. Put it on paper. It's really important to put it on paper, because what happens is when you start to grow, you're going to have to start changing where you're producing, because most vendors, like a lot of people get garments made locally, and when you use a local supplier, you start small, 20 pieces, 40 pieces. When you start to get larger and you're over 500 pieces now of a product, some of the smaller vendors, they can't handle it. So you have to start small and then look at the options that you're going to have for the bigger vendors. Obviously, when you move to a place like China, India, Bangladesh, Peru, they're used to millions of units. So doing a 50-piece unit is going to be quite difficult for them to do. So think about it and think about each step, each way. So now you're here, you'll go here. Think about who your base is, who your mills will be, who your fabric suppliers, your trim suppliers, because you got to figure out it each step, so that you don't get stuck. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm going to take some more questions. Yeah.
Do we have any tailors in the audience? Yeah? Raise your hand. Okay.
Tailors? Well, who wants to get up? Okay, yes. Tell me your name and...
Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Olaya Deborah, but I prefer to be called Labora. But my fashion brand is Labora's Fashion.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
My name is Olaya Deborah.
Okay.
That is my first name and my middle name.
Okay.
But I prefer to be called Labora. So you can address me like by Labora.
Okay.
And my fashion brand is Labora's Fashion.
Okay, and now are you a tailor in specific, or do you just design? You actually make the clothes yourself?
Yeah, I design, I pattern, I make the clothes myself. I basically do all of things myself.
Okay, so how many machines do you have in your location?
I just have 2 because I'm starting small. I'm still a student. I school and work at the same time.
Okay, so that's hard, right? You're sitting there working with 2 machines trying to make as many garments that you have. Now, do you sell your garments?
Yes, I do.
In online and in your store?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you sell it by ask, so it's on demand, or do you have a lot of them already made?
No, I just make on demand. Just make on demand. No.
On demand, okay. Yes. So what's your vision?
Well, currently I'm studying textile design, and I want to know how to fabricate fabrics from scratch.
Oh.
So I can explore more in my design making. So I can play with fabrics, I can mix fabrics, and give more credibility and flexibility to fabric creation. Basically just making fabric that are futuristic and something that's very comfortable for the normal society to wear.
Okay, and you want to do it yourself, so you want to weave the fabric or knit the fabric? Which way?
Definitely, I want to start understanding fabric myself. So when I get people in charge of it, so they will understand what I want to make. So just creating it from scratch.
Okay, well, my suggestion to you would be to actually visit some of the mills. I know I know not in Nigeria, there are some denim mills that are around these area for jeans, but I'm sure there's some other knitting mills and some weaving mills. That would be the best bet to do, is to go visit.
Yes.
Take a look at it and see how it's done. And then you actually could do it yourself. There are very small machines that you can learn to do it yourself. And listen, you probably have the next fabric for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, follow your dream.
Can you come again? Can you repeat what you said?
Sorry, I didn't
Can
hear.
you come again? I didn't get the last statement you made.
Oh, I was saying that you can actually buy small machines.
Okay.
And they have small knitting machines and they have small weaving machines. And you can learn how to do it yourself. And I was saying that you would probably come up with the next fabric.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Definitely. Follow your dream. Definitely don't give up.
Thank you so much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Ma.
So really turning vision into tangible. So everybody here has a vision, but how do you know if your vision is clear?
That's a very good question, actually. It definitely takes, I have very good friends that are creative directors for major brands, Karl Lagerfeld, DKNY, et cetera, et cetera. It takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of hard work to understand the business behind design and fashion. Because many designers, and I say this all the time, this is what I tell my designers. I say, you guys want lobster but only have chicken money. So it's because they always see this grandiose idea, but don't realize how much it actually costs to make it. And then to be able to make a profit, obviously, to sell it, it's not as easy as you think. So it's understanding the whole business as a whole. One, importing goods, importing fabrics, importing garments costs a lot. And with the transit lead times now, it's very difficult. So understanding the whole business behind it.
So do you think people have to go get an education for that business, or could you partner with a business developer?
I would say for design, you definitely need to go to school for design. I mean, obviously, there's people are just born with the talent, so I wouldn't say yes for sure. But it is important, especially in any of the major brands, they do want you to know how to sketch, how to be able to drape. You know, draping a garment, sometimes the creative director will say, here's some fabric, I want you to make this dress flowy, whatever, and they have a mannequin and they have 4 hours, and they've got to turn this in, putting T-pins, their fingers are bleeding from all of the T-pins that they're putting together a garment. So I do think it does take some type of, a little bit of an educational background for other areas in fashion, like what I do, possibly what someone who's in just production or just product development. I think just understanding what fashion is all about and having that passion. Like I said, when I pivoted from production to product development, now I'm actually over all of it, but when I pivoted from production to product development, I didn't really know much about product development, but I worked so hard. I mean, they would turn the lights off in the building because I said, I've got to learn this. And I don't want to, be the last,
That's a great answer. Thank you so much. I think we're going to keep, because I feel like all of her answers are like mini masterclasses for everyone. So we're going to keep doing that. So designers, tailors, business, fashion, entrepreneurs, raise your hands. We'll get the mics to as many people as possible so that we can get as much value.
Don't raise your hand at once now.
If you have the microphone, please stand up, introduce yourself, what you do, and your question.
Hi, my name is Mucha Freak. I have just one question. I run a fashion brand and also do bag making.
Pattern making.
Bag making.
Okay.
And I find myself tilting I would say 40% into fashion and then 60% into bag making, because bag making became my recent love. And I'm seeing how to fuse that into fashion too. But I find a lot of me doing so much production, especially as an entrepreneur who do not have, would I say 100% faith in workers having to churn out your product exactly the way you want. Even when I do my designs and handle my production myself, and you still have to do other things to monitor what your staffs are doing, if they're doing it according to what your customers really want. My concern is, how do you handle, as a product owner, this stress part of delegation, of monitoring that your values in your brands are what your staffs are churning out?
So the question was, how do I handle the stress and delegate? So you have to trust your team. I definitely trust my team, but I also know that if something happens, the boss is going to come to me, not to my team. So I also have to make sure that I understand and monitor what's going on. I can tell you that micromanaging doesn't work. Micromanaging your staff just doesn't work. They start to resent you being on their necks. You being on their necks all the time. So it's important to give them the space and the autonomy to do their job, And once you see that maybe it's not working or maybe it's not to your liking, then you step in. But you also have to give everyone the creativity to be able to do their job. Now I have to ask you, you said you do pattern making. Have you started doing 3D pattern making?
You mean 3D pattern makings for bags?
What did she say?
3D. I didn't get your question.
For 3D pattern making, 3D.
No, I haven't.
Yes, so you know that's you got the advanced technology. You got to get into that. You can. There's a class online for 3D pattern making. A lot of brands are using that now, and because it's faster. So definitely, I would suggest to take a class in that and get involved because I mean it's the way of the world. I mean we were just talking last night about what was it virtual clothing and the virtual world of clothing. It's the same with pattern making. Understanding the 3D world is going to be important.
Thanks so much. I gleaned a lot of insight on that. I think on the class before this one, where they did VR, AR, and most of fashion and tech. The class before this one shared some insight. I think 3D pattern making would be one of it, so I would love to explore that soon.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Great. So by the next GT Fashion weekend, we'll be seeing your bags on display. Amen. Do we have any questions related to sourcing? Are there any designers that have issues sourcing so that we can, yeah, go ahead.
And speak up a little bit. The music is,
yeah.
Hi, Yolanda.
Hi, how are you?
My name is Teju Dia.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and this has been very insightful.
And I love your outfit.
Thank you very much. So, obviously, the experience you have is working with a huge brand like Ralph Lauren, meaning that when you source for fabric, typically the MOQ, so the minimum order that's required from the companies that you work with, are huge quantities. So with that being said, what advice do you have for someone that's in a mid-level, that's not necessarily looking for like thousands of yards of fabric? So I say this because a few years ago, I started a children's clothing brand about like 7 years ago, where I started using Adire prints. I'm not sure if you're familiar with what that is, but they're like our locally made prints.
Okay.
And the way it's made is that you have only limited quantity because they have to be spread outside during the dry season, which means that I'm very limited in the quantity of fabric that I had. I started it out and it actually bloomed. It went really well, but then the demand was higher than the amount of fabric I was able to bring out. However, I started going to other cotton producing nations like Ethiopia, but the quality of cotton I was looking for was not the quality for the textiles that I needed. I went to China, but the minimum order quantity was huge.
Very large.
It was so huge. And with that being said, unfortunately, I was caught up in a very tight position where, you know, I was too big for what my country could provide, but at the same time, too little for the Chinas and the other countries. So do you have any advice for someone that's in between?
It's a really good question. And to be honest, it's hard for, that's what I was saying earlier, it's hard for designers when they're starting out and they get to that mid-level, the nice little sweet spot, where they're not super small for a local brand, but they're not here for a major brand. What I suggest is start reaching out to the smaller markets because they do have mom and pop factories. They're sometimes a little antiquated because they've been around for 100 years maybe, but they are able to take on that type of product. And where I would say that you can do that is Turkey, Portugal, Peru, Guatemala, those areas where you can do those smaller product runs for, you know, probably the lowest would be 100, maybe 200, but they're willing to do those types of runs. Now, you're going to pay a premium price.
Exactly what I was about to say.
You're going to pay a premium price. Europe is going to be more expensive than your South America, but I would start with South America because you'll definitely get a little bit better on your pricing. And then if you can't get what you're looking for, then go to like Turkey or Portugal. Or it's very difficult, and I understand your pain, because even sometimes we have specialty styles. Like what I'm wearing was, we only did a few of these, and to get somebody to do it, it's gonna cost a lot of money. So I understand, but my suggestion would be go to South America first, because even in India and Bangladesh, the units that you're gonna get out of there, you're not even gonna be able to get 200.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's been very insightful.
Okay, any more questions? We have time for a couple more. Can you get the mic to the gentleman over there? Thank you.
Good evening, Yolanda.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for the presentation. So I teach pattern drafting, right? I teach pattern drafting.
Pattern drafting. Thank you.
So while you were talking...
You didn't tell me your name.
Shino. My name is Shino.
Okay.
It's a Yoruba name.
Okay.
So while you were talking earlier, you said something about stages in your production process. You start with the fitting, and then as an executioner, you get to a point, and if the customers don't like it, you dump it. So my question to you, first question is, how do you get the feedback for maybe a small or medium enterprise, not as big as Ralph? What would you advise is the best way to know what the customer is saying or what they want? Point one. Then point two would be, you're in product development now. What would you advise or suggest as the striking angle to, enter the market and get received? How do you decide what product will be, the product that takes you properly in and settles it in the market? Thank you. I was going to ask you a little more about sourcing, but I think you responded a little.
Okay.
If you could be specific about a country in South America that we could look. I've heard Peru, I've heard Guatemala. I don't know if there are any other, and if you don't mind, maybe a brand name that we can reach out to as a small, entrepreneur. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. The first question you asked, how do you deal with the feedback or be able to receive the feedback, right? I think I can kind of answer both questions in one. Trend research is super important. I can tell you that my merchandisers and my designers, they trend research daily. They're literally in magazines. They're literally searching the internet. Not saying that you copy what other people are doing, because that's not what it is, but you have to see what's hot for the market. It's important to know when to, something that we talked about last night, the legendary Dapper Dan said, you got to know when to fold it, and you got to know when to run. So sometimes you don't want to flood the market with something that may be hot for this season or the next season, maybe 2 seasons, and then you keep going with it, but it's died down. Nobody wants it anymore. So you got to know when to keep going, find the next hottest thing. It's hard. It's really hard. And especially when you have buyers from different regions. We have APAC, which is obviously our Asia Pacific. We have EMEA, which is our European market. And then we have the USA. Very different taste levels. Very different taste levels. And even you have very different taste levels within each market. Because APAC also includes India, also includes Bangladesh, some of the European, well, not all the European, some of the countries there. And then you have EMEA, which is Europe. Different climates. You've got some climates that are all hot all year round, some climates that have seasons. So you have to really look and read the market. Look at the trends. and it's really a job. We have people that actually do that. That's their job. They trend search all day long. Before, when magazines were really important, when magazines really kind of, people don't look at paper anymore. They used to tear the pages out of magazines and lay them on the floor and start getting a vision of what's the hottest thing, or what's the new way to go. So I think that would be good. And the second part, South America has quite a bit of factories, not just in Peru and Guatemala. Those are probably the two biggest markets. So I suggest you look at them. I mean, it's hard for me to give you a specific factory, but you can always Google it and you can find them. But those are the areas that have the highest concentration of factories. Peru has the largest, and then Guatemala. So I would start there first.
Thank you. We have room for 2 more questions. So, those 2 hands over there.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Omomi.
What's your name?
Omomi.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I'm a fashion designer, and I started this career. I mean, I've always had the passion for fashion. So when I was 15, after secondary school, I had to learn, which is, I've started this journey since then. I was working.
It's hard to hear.
I started the journey since 15. So I was working while I was in the university. So after that, after university, I had to go to a fashion school. I'm not going to lie, my passion actually, whenever I see wedding dresses, whenever I see reception dresses, you know, the couture type of fashion,
okay,
I get really drawn to it, and that's like what I want to do. Okay. But in Nigeria, it is kind of challenging, because before you can get that done and before you can find a ground, you have to it requires lots of funds, because to have a photo shoot done, to get models, makeup, getting the fabric, and you know, all of that, it's really, really challenging sometimes. So I get burnt in between, sometimes going back to what I knew,
okay,
and having to proceed to, I see the dream, that the dream is so clear and the vision is very clear, but it's sometimes so challenging, trying to, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You want to go to the next level, but
okay,
it looks really close, but still looks challenging. So I don't know, I get torn in between that. What do you think I can do? I really want to do it. I want to be based in couture. I want to do wedding dresses. I want to do nice reception dresses. What do you think I can do to keep moving?
So do you have a portfolio already made with your sketches of what you're looking for?
Yes.
Or what you want to do?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. So have you already pitched your portfolio to any of the designers? I wouldn't say go to the U.S. or go to Europe or you know.
No, I've not done
but
that.
the local designers to possibly become a apprentice under any of maybe the local bigger designers first, and then see and understand and grasp the business. Maybe that could also be a path. Sometimes when you don't have a plan, maybe working as an apprentice under someone, you can actually learn a lot, because they're thinking differently than you are. You know, you have to also think outside the box, and maybe that could be a direction.
All right, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay, one more question, and we're closing. I'll let Yolanda pick.
This side didn't go yet. Someone on this side.
So we'll do it too.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, my name is Faith.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. So,
can you speak louder,
Yes,
Faith, please?
sorry.
All right.
The music is literally right here.
Okay. So I grew up. My father is a fashion designer.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Yeah. So I grew up seeing fabrics, clothes, and machines all around. And I really have this passion for African fashion.
Okay.
And yeah, the other time you said you traveled around the world searching for fabrics for the brand. And I do wonder, why didn't you come to Africa? Because you didn't mention Africa.
Well, I can say that it hasn't been on the scope, but now that I'm here, maybe. It's not off the table. I'm actually glad I'm here so that I can take a look and see what's going on. It just hasn't been in the scope before, so we were going where the markets are, but why not?
Okay, so knowing this right now, is there any future of African fashion with Ralph Lauren?
Well, so the thing is, every designer has to be very careful with using certain fashions or even patterns that is true to a local area, because it's not right. It's like considered like stealing a pattern or something that maybe a tribal type pattern. So you have to be very careful in using certain patterns and fabrics from any country. So we have to be very careful in using Mexican art or whatever in our product, because it could be considered appropriation. So
okay.
It couldn't be a specific local pattern, but yes, we could use the fabrics from here. Yes.
All right. Okay. So I would just like to keep the rest of whatever I have to say to myself for now. But I believe in the future, these things are going to really get clearer.
What did she say?
Because I do believe I have a place in bringing Africans fashion to the world, and also including technology and science into African fashion, and making the whole of African fashion not just about the basic. When you see anything African fabric, you just think about the buba and just the basic normal styles. Yeah, I think Africans should really be one of the top, because we are really blessed.
I agree.
With this beautiful things, with this beautiful fabrics and all those things, because you source for those fabrics from other continents, from other places in the world, and you bring them to Africa. We accept them. We wear these things, because right now I'm wearing this material. I may not be from Africa. I don't know wherever it's from, but definitely not African. It's more of Western, and we are accepting it. So I will be very, it will be a dream come true for me, for you also, white people, to accept Africans and African fashion. And I really see that coming.
Well, definitely. I'm here. I'm going to look. I'm definitely going to take a look at everything around here.
Exactly. She's going to go shopping after this. But Yolanda, do you have any closing remarks, anything you want, a message or take out that you want people here to remember and go on in their individual journeys?
I would say just make sure you stick with your plan and follow your dream. Do not give up. Sometimes it takes longer than you think, but don't give up. Going on 24 years, I would have never thought I would be here. Honestly, I didn't even know if this was going to be my end game. And I love it, but love what you do too. So make sure that you follow whatever it is that's in here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Yolanda. Please give her a huge round of applause. And that concludes the masterclasses for day 1 of GTCO Fashion Weekend. Thank you, guys.
You want to take a selfie? Yeah. Everybody, let's take a selfie. We're going to...
Yes, a selfie is always a good idea. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Yolanda. Yes, let's come closer. It's a good way to wrap up the day Masterclasses. All right, here we go. Look at that, look at that. Everybody make some noise. Hold on, we're going to do a quick video. Taicoh Fashion Weekend, make some noise. That's a big shout out to Nicole and to Yolanda. Please put your hands together, put your hands together. Look at my clap now. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, for listening, for being a part of the conversation. I really love that it was interactive. Thank you so much, Yolanda, for making it really
Fashion
interactive
Weekend.
and getting those questions.
Always a
and
good
getting those
idea.
thoughts in. It was really good to have that banter during the session. All right, so that's it for day one. Remember, we're having another round of masterclasses tomorrow, and we'd love for you to just move around, get into the exhibition arena, get into the Runway arena as we continue with Taicoh Fashion Weekend. There's a streetwear village outside, don't forget. There's the shopping market as well. It's a lot happening in this arena, the GT Center, as we have 2022 Taicoh Fashion Weekend. In 30 minutes, if you're interested in the Runway show, that starts, if you're registered for the Runway show, that starts in exactly 30 minutes. All right, thank you all so much. We're going to exit the Masterclass arena right now.
Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
All right, guys, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. All right, our masterclasses start at 1 p.m. If I'm correct, I think it's 1 p.m. tomorrow. The masterclasses will start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
And I'm out here at Cafe 635. This isn't the first time I'm painting 70 feet by 25 feet canvas, but this time around it was more interesting because I got my whole team out here and we made the image more intricate. So this was pretty much more interesting. About 65 feet in the air before we get to the canvas. So painting there, for me, it's something I'm kind of used to right now, but for my team it was actually the first time most of my teammates painted that high. It's brilliant that GTCO is giving creatives, fashion designers, and also fashion enthusiasts, the chance to
Fashion weekend, always a good idea. 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 Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea. Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Right now. Now I have a vendor with me. You look familiar. I've seen you somewhere.
That's because we are friends.
Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Yes, I should stop by. Yes, you should stop by. We have stuff for you, and I have to add that we have amazing discounts, up to 50% off. This is a clearance sale for us. Okay. So, really excited to come through and
Fashion Weekend. Always a good idea.
Weekend 2022, promoting enterprise, will talk with more vendors. Don't forget, there's a street fashion aisle out there. You can get yourself good city crocs.
Fashion weekend, always a good idea. Fashion weekend, always a good idea. Fashion weekend, always a good idea. Fashion weekend, always a good idea.